2014 to order. A roll call, please, Ms. Mangan.
Member Bennett. Here. Member Swenson.
Here.
Mayor Hovland.
Here. Member Sprague.
Member
Here.
Sprague.
Here. All right. We have a form of meeting agenda in front of us this evening. We have 4 public hearings and all dealing with proposed roadway reconstruction projects. Is there a motion to approve the form of agenda?
So moved. Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve the agenda. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. And our first public hearing tonight involves the potential roadway reconstruction project in the what's called the Arden Park D neighborhood. And Director Milner will take this matter. Director Milner, welcome.
Mayor, members of the council. Working. There we go. Thank you. I'd like to thank you and staff to be here tonight for this special meeting. We know schedules are busy. Appreciate taking the time to talk about infrastructure. I'd like to thank also our engineering staff. We've had a lot of turnover in the last year, and they were able to keep these projects on schedule, which afford us the opportunity to get better bid prices here if they're approved this evening. They also onboarded this new staff, and I can say that we made some good hires in our new staff, and they understand Edina's standards and are learning the integrity, quality, and service that's required to provide good service. So just wanted to share that with the council and the residents that they should be proud of their engineering staff for keeping these projects on schedule this year with all that turnover. With that, I'll begin with a intro to the improvement projects tonight. Many of these topics are common between all the projects, and we can address some of the questions before we get started. So as our vision says, we're here tonight to talk about our infrastructure, which is the backbone of what makes Edina great. And in our vision statement 2020, it discusses maintaining a sound public infrastructure. And tonight we want to continue to maintain that infrastructure, all in a manner which sustains and improves the uncommonly high quality of life enjoyed by our residents and businesses. And we can continue to keep Edina the place for living, learning, raising families, and doing business. So we're allowed to special assess for improvements based on Minnesota State Statute Chapter 429. There's legal requirements we have to follow when we do have a public hearing and special assessments. Those are bulleted here, and we have completed all those. It also requires a 4-to-1 majority vote for assessable items on a project, and once the council orders a project, the assessments become pending, and all assessments are preliminary until the project is completed. If the council so chooses, they could do 2 separate motions this evening, as I mentioned. By statute, the assessable portions of projects require a 4-to-1 council vote. Any utility or pedestrian cyclist safety funded components could be approved with a simple majority or a 3-2 vote if the council so chooses. Some of the common questions we hear from our residents during our neighborhood meetings is, do taxes cover our street projects? Well, roughly 20% of the property taxes goes to the city for police, fire, public works, which includes snow plowing, pothole repairs, seal coating, and other maintenance. Resident taxes do not pay for street reconstruction. Property impacts during these projects, if they get approved, items located within the city right-of-way may be damaged. Irrigation and pet containment systems, if they are damaged, were repaired by the contractor. There may be some impacts to plantings and other landscape features. The city will cede within the right-of-way of any disturbance of turf areas. And we also encourage the private utility companies, such as gas, electric, telephone, and cable TV, to upgrade or repair their utilities prior to or during the project. We also, depending on the scope of the project, affect driveways. So there may be some spot repairs to bituminous driveways or concrete driveways or the pavers, depending on the scope of the project, if the concrete aprons have to come out or if we're installing new ones. The Living Streets policy, there's been some questions about when that policy is implemented with our street reconstruction projects. And specifically, when do we do full curb and gutter replacement to meet the stated goals of the policy? The policy states will apply to all street projects, but it may be achieved through single projects or incrementally through a series of smaller improvements over time. So what we need to keep in mind is what staff looks at is there's different lifespans of our streets and our utilities. Our streets have a lifespan of 30 to 50 years are typical, whereas our utilities are 60 to 100 years. Sometimes those two facilities need improvements on the same time. Sometimes they are not at the same time, where we do just a street-driven project versus a utility-driven project. So we usually, our opinion, we would implement the Living Streets policy when full utilities are needed, because the curb and gutter is going to have to all come out and be replaced. It becomes a financial decision if we are going to implement the policy with every street reconstruction project, because if we did that, we'd only be able to do about 2 to 2.5 miles of our street versus 4 to 5 miles of streets that we do today. So it starts to become a financial decision. If we have to rip out all that curb and gutter, our storm sewer fund wouldn't be able to keep up with that, those improvements. Funding, the projects are funded by a combination of special assessments, utility funds, and the pedestrian cyclist safety fund. Assessments cover 100% of the roadway costs for our local street reconstruction projects, which is what we're covering here tonight. Assessments, so typically a one single family home is considered a one residential equivalent unit. Other property types as shown on the table, such as apartments, condominiums, public buildings, schools, churches, have different REU calculations based on the number of units or the gross floor area that's assessed by the assessing department. So we get that gross floor area from our assessing department and determine the number of REUs for those other land uses. And then the assessment per REU is the total assessable cost divided by the total number of REUs. The assessment hearing occurs 1 year after the project completion. So after these projects, it would be in the fall of 2016, and assessments are payable over 15 years. There was some discussions and some emails about the assessment rate and that development of that assessment rate. So some of our projects, we met with the residents in July, and we had a range of assessments. And at the time, we took our best guess using current bid prices, the bidding environment, and came up with a range of assessments. Since that July meeting, we've had a lot of discussions with contractors. We've got much more information on the rail lines, on the capacity of trucking, on labor markets, and we've come to the realization those unit prices were a little lower than we should have had in July. So we felt this was our first opportunity. We finalized the report in November. This was our first opportunity to present that information to the council and the residents, and we'd rather do that right now when we know that and have that discussion now versus during the award if the project comes in too high because we didn't estimate correctly. So those are why the assessment rates were a little different from the July meeting up till our December meeting, that 6-month time frame. So I'll take any questions or comments on the intro at this time. Otherwise, I'll get into the specifics of the Arden Park project.
Director Milner, with respect to the Living Streets policy and plan, is it my understanding that even if there's not a full utility reconstruction and therefore a movement, reconstruction completely of curb and gutter, elements of the policy or plan can be implemented with certain projects, even if not all of the elements can be implemented?
Yes, yeah. Yep, those elements could be done. For example, if a sidewalk is proposed on the street, we can narrow it to meet the current typical section or stormwater improvements. So yes, we can implement elements of that.
Great,
within those
thank
areas.
you.
Yep.
Go ahead and commence on the proposed Arden Park project, please.
So the Arden Park D neighborhood, roadway improvements BA 412. Project details, this project was initiated by staff. It's pavement and utilities driven. It's bordered on the north by 50th Street, on the south by 54th Street, on the east by France Avenue, and on the west by Minnehaha Creek. 224 properties, approximately 2.3 miles of roads, 0.5 miles of existing sidewalk, and there's an alley between Minnehaha Boulevard and Halifax Avenue, south of 52nd Street. This is part of our reconstruction program. As I mentioned, is utility and pavement driven. Please recall we met with the council during a work session on April 1st and discussed implementing some of the elements of Living Streets within this project. It really begins to discuss or have questions about what is the future of our transportation system. We know transportation needs are changing. There's more emphasis on pedestrians, multimodal transportation. People aren't getting their driver's license nearly as soon as they used to. Another question is how should we use the city right away and what should be designated for autos versus pedestrians versus cyclists? And what is that? What is required for that balanced multimodal transportation system? You know, right now we have the minimums where the pedestrians have to find kind of their own space within that roadway corridor, and we need to determine what's adequate or what is desired for our system as we move towards the future. We've had discussions with Minnehaha Creek Watershed District on partnering to go above the normal stormwater improvements. Please recall, as part of the 54th Street project, we developed a stormwater management plan for the whole area in that area. It's basically a toolbox of things we could implement within projects as they come up, and this was our first opportunity to use some of those tools in the toolbox. Also recall on August 19th of this year, sidewalks on Manita and Indianola were removed from the project scope by the council. And then we're also planning, if the project's approved tonight, to coordinate this project with the 54th Street project. If you recall, we went out for bids last spring, only got one bidder. We were going to bid these projects together as one big project and hopefully get good bid prices on all of this. That project does have two parts, the road segments, and then also recall that we're doing the 54th Street Bridge with that project. So we'll jump into some of the utility details first, the existing and proposed, and then I'll get into more of the streets and the sidewalks towards the end of the presentation. So our existing water main system is cast iron. We've had 48 water service issues since 1998, as shown on this graphic with the blue dots. The old fire hydrant standards, they're not the current standards, and we have some spacing concerns that are greater than 350 feet, which is what's recommended by our fire department. And the gate valves are nearing the end of their useful life. So as we started this project, it was going to be a full-scale water main replacement project. So we knew of this technology that we tested in the Minnehaha Woods project, and we felt we could implement it here to see what kind of information we would get. So we did a non-invasive pipe condition assessment of a water main. And I compare it to the sanitary sewer television inspections we do on the pipe. It provided us with more data on how our pipes are in the ground, whether or not we need to replace them. And this assessment gave pipe thickness and estimated service life left in those water main pipes. And also please notice we do not have water main currently on Minnehaha Boulevard. Those homes are served off the wells along that alley. So what we're proposing for the water main is, with that assessment, we found that the blue colored water main pipes can be retained. There's very little degradation in the pipe thickness on those, and that equated to approximately a $500,000 savings in our water utility fund by leaving that pipe in place and using that assessment. The green pipes designated on this map are ones that need to be replaced, and they will be replaced with a pipe bursting method or open cut method, depending on what is in the area. The pink one is new water main installed along Minnehaha Boulevard, where there currently isn't one today. I also noted the new water main on 54th Street, so it would make a looping system, redundant for fire flows and also water quality. We'll replace all the gate valves and fire hydrants, and then we'll also add some fire hydrants to get that 350-foot spacing. So the new water main along Minnehaha Boulevard, if those residents choose to connect to that water service, they will be charged a whack fee at that time when they make those connections. We've had some of the residents ask to put that water main back within that alley. It's just too tight, too constrained back there, and it would also not allow us to get to all the properties along Minnehaha Boulevard. So that's why it is located out along Minnehaha Boulevard as part of this project. We also are proposing to replace all the city-owned water service pipes. So if you look at the graphic on the right, segment A and E of the blue pipe on that graphic is the city-owned water service pipe. We're proposing to replace all those water pipes within the neighborhood, whether it's on a new water main pipe or on the existing that we're salvaging in place. The homeowners own segment B to the home, and it's up to them when and how they replace that pipe. We also are going to need the use of above-ground temporary water when we do these water improvements. There's a couple pictures there on the left of that system laid out along the boulevard and connections up at a house for those two photos. Switching gears to the sanitary sewer system. The graphic on the right shows all the pipes in the neighborhood and a trunk pipe that follows along Arden Park and kind of parallels the Minnehaha Creek. Majority of the pipes are 9-inch clay tile, except for that one that parallels the creek. That's a 24-inch clay tile pipe, And that's the picture you see on the left, where you can see there's clean I&I water coming into that pipe, tree roots in that pipe. So we do have I&I occurring throughout the neighborhood. And as we know, Met Council has fees for us with the volume of sanitary sewer waste that they have to treat on our behalf. So anything we can do to reduce that I&I is a benefit. So on the proposed sanitary sewer, we're proposing some spot repairs where needed, if sags or dips in the pipe or cracked pipes that can't be lined. The remainder of the pipes throughout the whole neighborhood will be cured in place pipeline. There's a photo of that on the depiction of it on the right-hand side, showing that new liner within that old clay tile pipe. We also are going to line that 24-inch trunk pipe. That was a separate project that we had going. We did a segment of it this year. We thought if we could combine it with this project, again, we could potentially get some savings with the contractors bidding on multiple work in the same area. We're going to replace the manhole castings and rings. Again, that's to reduce I&I. And then any block or brick manholes will line with concrete to, again, reduce the opportunity for water to enter those manholes, clean water. The photo on the bottom right shows kind of the operations that happen during cured in place lining. A little bigger than box trucks. They have one big semi that has a refrigerator truck that brings those liners out every morning as they install those. What we're also proposing on the sanitary sewer service pipe side, which is the pipe labeled C, orange in the right graphic, so there's segment C and D. The homeowners do own both those pipes. As part of this project, we're proposing that the homeowner can either reconstruct segment C using their own contractor, and they can add that cost to the assessment. If they do hire their own contractor, we'd love to see them to do C and D at the same time, and they could add both portions to their assessment. If they choose not to reconstruct portion C, we will do it with our contractor, and we will assess that cost back to them. Typically, the water service pipe and the sanitary sewer pipes are so close to each other that if we're doing one, we should do the other one. There's also a third option. If they've recently reconstructed that pipe, they can let us know that, and we'll review the building permits and make sure that it does meet our current standards and that they don't have to reconstruct it, and they would not be assessed for that in that case if they've already redone that work or already did that work. That program, if they choose to have our contractor do it, we're estimating that cost, not estimating, we're locking that in at $2,700 each. So that's the price if they choose to leave it and let our contractor do it. And that's the number they can go out and see what the plumbers could give them for either better prices or right around that range, and also see if they want to do both segments of pipe since they're working on that. They may also get some specials if they do the sewer pipes, C and D, and also B at the same time since the plumbers are in the area. So depending on the age of their homes, they may want to consider all three of those segments. The existing storm sewer. So we know there's some capacity issues with the existing system. There's no structural flooding. The existing system is shown in green on this graphic. There's multiple parallel pipes on 52nd Street. We have quite a bit of storm sewer in that area. We got some reported concerns. So we did the resident questionnaires, and we thank the neighborhood for submitting those questionnaires and all that input. The blue areas on this graphic are those reported concerns. And one of the other things we're concerned about is Edina Covenant Church up at 50th and Indianola has a storm sewer pipe that runs right under the building. You can see it on the graphic here on the left. It runs from Indianola through their parking lot. We do have an easement for the pipe. When it rains, they can hear it gurgle under their basement floor, so there's not a lot of separation with that pipe. So we have a plan for that pipe here shown shortly. Again, this is kind of our normal stormwater improvements, as I discussed, and I'll share in a little bit that we want to go above and beyond with a few of these. Some of our improvements on the normal side, we want to add some inlets along 52nd Street, some other areas where there's some in the capacity concerns. We also want to improve surface flow, and those are shown in the green, so we can get some slopes on the curb and gutter and help address some of those areas. We may do some storm sewer pipe extensions. Those are shown in pink. There's maybe an opportunity yet where we don't need to spend that much money doing with the pink, and we can still do it with surface improvements in the curb and gutter. So we're still looking at those opportunities. And then the pipe under Edina Covenant Church. They have a driveway, as you can see in that graphic on the bottom left, a driveway that comes in off Indianola back to their parking lot. So there's enough grade within that pipe that we could reroute that pipe around the church, down their driveway or entrance through their parking lot, tie back into the system, towards the back of the system over here, leave their existing drainage structure still intact. There's a low point right next to their building, and then we would fill the remainder of the pipe up with sand or flowable fill. They're willing to donate those easements so we can get that pipe in place, but then we won't have a future potential problem with their basement or that storm sewer pipe underneath their building. That was an addition built in the 1960s, and pretty surprised it got approved to be able to build right over that storm sewer pipe. So the partnership we talked about with the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District, this is where we go above our normal practices, and to do above costs some extra money. So we're partnering with the Watershed District on some funding. We're currently in a grant application. We'll know the results of that in January, but they verbally said they are going to commit some dollars to this project that will improve water quality and capacity. Two of those systems are shown here. So the one in purple is along Halifax, and it's underground infiltration system. So the water coming from 50th and France area would be infiltrated in that area, and that would create some additional, any water we can infiltrate doesn't have to flow through the existing pipes down 52nd, creates capacity for the neighborhood itself, and helps address one of our concerns was capacity. The other system is a paver infiltration system that's shown in green on J Place, just off of 50th Street. This is a depiction of that paver system. So they come in big sheets. The reason we're looking at doing it here is J Place has no other utilities in there other than storm sewer. There's no water main or sanitary sewer that we have concerns about covering it up with this cabled together pavers that we'd have to get at for any future maintenance. So it's just the storm sewer pipe in that location. We would have to do once it's laid, you lay it on this coarse aggregate material. Again, that whole quadrant of the neighborhood is sandy soil, so it lends itself to these infiltration areas. The water would go through the joints of those pavers, through that aggregate into the sand base, and hopefully infiltrate into the groundwater. Eventually, it probably ends up at the creek. Any water that doesn't ends up in the storm sewer, but again, we're reducing the capacity we need in our storm sewer system. This has been used. It was just recently implemented in Shoreview. Milwaukee's had quite a few installations in the last few years. We do have maintenance. Our new street sweeper would be able to clean these joints out. We have to keep them clean. We may need an adapter on our back truck to also assist with that. And we also, the watershed and the city, we want to measure the performance of these pavers to see if we want to implement these in the future on different roadways, and just see how they work. So we're working with the watershed to develop a performance metrics, a way to measure the performance of these when they're in place. We have one other existing system that the city owns in this neighborhood. We own a direct berry lighting system. It's at Bruce Avenue, Bruce Place, and 51st. We only own 6 lights. It's a direct berry. It's reached the end of its useful life. That cable is being broken quite regularly. There is 2 decorative light posts and 4 kind of Cobra head. I call them modified because they're not the 30-foot poles of our typical Cobra head. They're more in the 18 to 20-foot high Cobra heads. The glass on those are deteriorating. They are old. All the other light poles within the neighborhood are XL owned. So what we're proposing for the lighting system is to replace just the city-owned system. So we did the resident questionnaire to kick off the project. 67% of the neighborhood felt that the lighting was adequate. So we didn't want to replace the entire take ownership of all the lights within the neighborhood, but we do need to do something with the city-owned system. So we're proposing to install new conduit, power lines, bases, and poles. We went out for another questionnaire to ask the neighborhood what type of light standard they wanted, and the Washington Acorn style was the preferred option at 46%. And we're proposing to replace all 6 standards with this decorative light. We feel that while the Cobra heads, one of the Cobra heads is up in the tree branches and isn't providing much light today, there will be a very little reduction in the actual light produced by this light compared to the old Cobra heads that are nearing the end of their life. Now getting into the roadway, so the streets were originally constructed in the 1940s, and a majority of them have curb and gutter. The existing street widths vary from 24 feet on Jay's Place to 30 foot, which is on the majority of the streets. And the PCI, the Pavement Condition Index, which is a measurement of the state of the pavement, which we measure every year, a quarter of the city every year with a consulting firm. This neighborhood's at a 17 and our citywide average is 51. We have some photos of the existing pavement around the area. The existing sidewalks, we have some in the area. They're along the east side of Halifax and the south side of 52nd Street. They're typically 4 feet wide with various boulevard widths. We also have sidewalks surrounding the neighborhood on 50th Street, some on France, and also little segments on 54th. And recall, we're also proposing sidewalks on the 54th Street project on the north side of that project. Traffic, the average daily traffic varies from 120 cars on the inner streets to almost 1,200 cars along Halifax Avenue. Some of the 85th percentile speeds, they vary from 25 miles per hour to 32 miles per hour. And many of the questionnaire results, I believe there was 59 respondents that said that commented on traffic speed and volume within the neighborhood. So we know it's a topic the neighborhood wants to discuss about the traffic. We have some turning vehicle speeds that are higher than typical at the intersection of 51st and Halifax. So southbound traffic on 51st takes a right turn on the Halifax heading southbound, and they cut that corner, or they're able to cut the corner faster than we'd like, and they end up in the northbound lane of Halifax. So you can see by that green arrow where they actually cut across the stop bar, and if you stand out there, you can see many cars that make that movement. That does two things: creates a safety hazard for cars coming northbound, but it also diminishes the pedestrian crossing safety across Halifax there, because the cars are turning faster than we would like. There is also some areas of the neighborhood with big pavement areas. One of those is Bruce Avenue and Bruce Place. As you know, we typically reduce those. And also the cul-de-sacs of Gorgas and Bruce Avenue have some big pavement areas we're going to propose to address. And then we have the existing alley between Halifax and Minnehaha Boulevard. So this alley it does not go all the way through. We do not want to propose that it goes all the way through. But currently about 2/3 of it is pavement. The next third is gravel going up the hill. You can see it towards the back of some of these photos. It's gravel. And the remainder of it is just a turf and not even an established road back there. Trees, there's hardly any traffic back there. There's only one property that has access off the turf area. The existing width is 10 to 12 feet. And as you can see by the photos, there are drainage, erosion, and maintenance concerns back there. Our maintenance department goes back to that gravel patch and this low area and either cleans it up, grades it, or places new gravel 3 to 4 times a year on this gravel area. So for the roadway improvements, we're proposing to recycle all the existing pavement and construct a new street. Due to all the utility work, there isn't going to be much curb and gutter left, so we're proposing all new curb and gutter. And we also feel we should implement some of the living street design elements, which I'll get into here shortly. First, before we get to living streets, we'll talk about the intersection of 51st and Halifax. So we talked about that speed and turning movements that's creating an unsafe environment. We're proposing to put in a 6-foot wide island similar to the one you see on Cornelia or West Shore off of 66th and 70th Street. This would force the drivers to slow down on 51st and make more of an abrupt corner to get through that intersection. It'll provide a safer crossing for pedestrians across Halifax, and we think it'll also reduce the speeds of those vehicles coming in and out of the neighborhood. We would do some kind of vertical landscaping treatments, probably a few trees and maybe some grasses within that island. While Public Works doesn't always like these islands in there, we did review this intersection with them, and we came to the conclusion that this was probably the best application here to treat the issues we're seeing. Some of those islands and cul-de-sacs I mentioned earlier, we are proposing to increase the size of that Bruce Island, the Bruce Avenue, Bruce Place Island, increasing the size of that, and shrinking the size of the cul-de-sac. So the Gorgas cul-de-sac will be shrunk about 3 feet, and the Bruce Avenue one would be shrunk 4 to 6 feet in that range. And that would go down to our typical 60-foot diameter one that we've done in many other neighborhoods in town. That's been vetted through emergency services and also Public Works as adequate for anything that they see the need for turning larger vehicles. Other proposed roadway.
Director Miller, what's the reduction in size for the two cul-de-sacs? You're going to the recommended dimension of 60 feet in width. What are they at present?
The Gorgas one's at 66 feet, so it's going to be a 3-foot reduction on each side. The Bruce Avenue one is about 68 feet, so it's about a 3 to 4 foot reduction on each side, and we'll actually push it to the back. Gorgas will center within the circle. You can see a pretty common reduction around the whole thing. Bruce, we were going to push back to the end because there's storm sewer on the end of that cul-de-sac, so we don't want to have to reline all that storm sewer. Sidewalk locations. We discussed, first we go in and we look at existing conditions and the amount of impacts. And the next slides I'll get into the size of the sidewalk and all that. But when we looked at it, we felt that the east side of Arden Avenue from 50th to 52nd was the most appropriate spot for a sidewalk. The west side of Indianola up by the church, just to their driveway to help address some of the functions they have at the church. The south side of 52nd matches the existing sidewalk that's already on 52nd. East
Excuse
of
me.
Halifax.
Member Brindle has a question for you.
If you don't mind, can we go back to that previous slide where it showed the 2 cul-de-sacs, please?
Sure.
There are driveways coming into the Bruce Avenue cul-de-sac, and when it is reshaped as it will be, how are the driveways going to meet the new cul-de-sac?
They'll have to be extended, and we'll work with those property owners to see whether they want them straight out, whether they want to curve, if they need to be widened a little bit to ease in that access, because it may create a sharper corner for them to get in. So we'll have to extend it to the new curb line, but we'll work with the property owners to ensure that it works, still functions in their mind. Sidewalks. So I think I mentioned the Arden and the 52nd sidewalk. The other sidewalks along the west side of Minnehaha Boulevard, it'll be within the park in some locations and right on the back of curb in other locations, depending on the trees, some other impacts. We're also proposing some crosswalk locations along 52nd at Halifax and Minnehaha Boulevard, and also at Halifax and 51st Street. So when we began the discussion with the neighborhood on street widths and sidewalks and where they should go and how wide things would be, we began with this typical section. And this is from our Living Streets plan. It's a 24-foot wide road with a 5-foot boulevard and a 5-foot sidewalk. And we've discussed the merits of the 5-foot boulevard. It creates a safer feeling sidewalk facility. It gets you away from the roadway. A 5-foot sidewalk is typically our standard. When we looked at implementing this typical section within the neighborhood, specifically on Arden Avenue, we found that the 5 and 5 did not fit with the existing conditions. The existing trees, some of the existing big retaining walls, there is some outwalks. So before we had our July meeting, we shrunk that down to a 6-foot total sidewalk. So a 5-foot sidewalk with a 1-foot exposed aggregate right on the back of curb. And that did fit. What we heard from the neighborhood is that wasn't very aesthetically pleasing with their neighborhood. It didn't meet the character of their neighborhood. So we went back and we looked at what was in the neighborhood, and as those previous slides mentioned, all the sidewalks within the neighborhood are 4-foot wide. So we felt like we could make a compromise and recommended a 4-foot wide sidewalk with a 3-foot wide boulevard. It would be more aesthetically pleasing, but we could meet what the residents were calling for with a more aesthetically pleasing sidewalk.
Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director Milner, understanding that the Living Streets policy calls for 5 feet, that also is a standard that's used by Public Works for where the public maintains a sidewalk. Is that correct?
Yes, the 5-foot sidewalk is the minimum width that our Public Works officials can maintain with their equipment. This sidewalk is considered a local sidewalk, so it's going to be resident maintained along Arden and 52nd. The one in the park will be taking, and that one will actually be 8 feet wide. So yes, the width that we can maintain is 5 feet. So if we make it 4 feet, we don't have the opportunity with our current equipment to maintain it in the future.
And understanding that there are some council members who've asked staff and the Transportation Commission to look at what it would cost to move maintenance of more sidewalks into public responsibility. If these sidewalks were to be constructed at 4 feet, would they ever be eligible for public maintenance?
It's a discussion we'll have in the future. The problem, we're beginning to research that topic, and we told council we'll come back in 2015 to see if we could maintain some of those 4-footers or what it would take to maintain all of our sidewalks in town. The issue we have with equipment that can do 4-foot sidewalks is it's smaller and lighter, so it's going to take more time. It doesn't do nearly as well of a job, so we have concerns with the level of service we're providing to our residents. So that's a discussion we can have with council in 2015 as we promised.
And when I raised the issue of staff looking at it, I wasn't necessarily contemplating that we were going to be building future sidewalks at a standard less than the 5 feet, thereby requiring more staff time and a different kind of equipment than we would use for the 5 feet. So just to clarify that I was actually looking for maintenance, uniform maintenance of a more uniform system. Thanks.
Member Sprague.
Is this designated as local? It's not a local collector in the Living Streets plan?
It's a good question.
Because if it's a local collector, those are contemplated to be maintained. We've talked about that.
I can verify that during the public testimony.
Yeah, let's check that out. And then for the boulevard width, you prefer a 3-foot minimum for sod. Otherwise, 2 feet is going to be a planting of some type, and then 1 foot's aggregate, correct?
Correct. We just have issues with trying to get any kind of turf established in a 2-foot area. Specifically on our state aid roadways, local roadways, we do get a little better buy-in from the residents to maintain it, but we still shy away from that 2 foot. Typically 3 foot's what we've seen performs the best for turf establishment. So that's why we went 4 and 3. And I got a graphic on the next slide here that shows kind of that 4 and 3 typical with the 24-foot driving and parking area.
Thank you.
So where was I? So yeah, we proposed a 4-foot sidewalk with 3-foot boulevards, and that was creating a more aesthetically pleasing facility throughout this neighborhood, meeting some of the comments we have from the residents. And we really took the context of the neighborhood into consideration. On the streets without sidewalks, we're proposing our 27-foot wide street. That's our typical standard we've used for many, many years on our local roadways when there's been full utility reconstruction and we need to put in new curb. What's different is that we're proposing parking on only one side of the streets throughout this whole neighborhood. And that gets back to that first comment where we start talking about what we need to provide for adequate space for pedestrians. And typically roadways are not parked. I mean, usually streets are wide open, so we're providing some extra space for pedestrians on those roads that don't have sidewalks, but also cyclists to use those roads. It creates a consistent and more predictable facility when parking is along one side the whole way. And again, here's a depiction of those 4-foot sidewalks with 3-foot boulevard in the 24-foot wide section. You can see this helps us install these sidewalks within a fully built out neighborhood. We're only going 1 to 2 feet outside the existing curb lines outside the existing 30-foot curb lines. And this section will be proposed on Arden Avenue and 52nd Street east of the existing alley. The next slide just goes through the existing typical sections that we're proposing on the neighborhood. Again, Arden Park, 24 feet wide street, 3-foot boulevard, 3-foot sidewalk. 52nd Street west of the alley has some pretty tight constraints, so we're proposing a 1-foot boulevard and a 4-foot sidewalk. So that 1-foot exposed aggregate there for that. Basically, it's a couple properties, 3 properties. East of the alley would be that standard 24 with the 3-foot boulevard, 4-foot walk. In the park, along Minnehaha Boulevard, we're proposing the 24-foot wide section with an 8-foot wide sidewalk. We have many more users along the park. If you walk down on Minnehaha Boulevard, you can see many more users. So we widened out that facility. Towards the south end of that facility, near the curve, there's trees and water and low-lying area concerns where we have to bring that sidewalk right up to the back of curb. So we're proposing in this area to do the 24-foot wide street. And then also on the north end, right in this area around the curve, also 24-foot wide. But in between those 2 spots, we're proposing a 27-foot wide street. We've heard a lot of comments about the use of this park in the wintertime for ice skating and hockey games, that there is concerns with the amount of parking. If we do a 27-foot wide street, we're still proposing that parking on one side. But if we determine that parking is needed more often, we could that section would allow for 15 extra stalls, and we can sign it for parking either just during the winter months or during these dates or during these times. So it's just leaving us open for the potential to add some future parking if it's warranted, because I've talked to many of the residents right on there. One will say it's needed, one will say it's not. Staff is kind of the mixed opinion too, so I don't know for sure if it's needed or not. So that's what we were proposing as kind of a middle ground at this point. And then the remainder of the streets with no sidewalks would have a 27-foot wide face-to-face street, and that's on Gorgas Avenue, Indianola Avenue, Juanita, and Bruce Avenue. And then on Indianola Avenue North, 2050, right in front of the Edina Covenant Church, we're proposing our standard there, the 5-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot boulevard. There's enough room and space there along that area to have that facility, that little stub coming off 50th to get the pedestrians off 50th down into the church area. So again, here's a discussion about parking concerns, that we could possibly create 15 additional parking spots if we need to in the future. And the entire neighborhood will have parking on one side only. And the graphic on the left just shows how we'll go from within the park with the sidewalk up to the back of the curb and gutter when we get to that south end near 54th Street, because we just get too constrained in that area. The alley, as I mentioned, we have erosion and maintenance concerns with the alley. This graphic shows that the orange is where the pavement exists today. Towards the end of that pavement is a storm sewer pipe that is lower than the center line, but not low enough to pick up the drainage. So that's why we saw those pictures with the drainage concerns. The blue is gravel, and the remainder of it is undeveloped, is, like I said, just a grass turf or trees. And we sent some survey results to the people all highlighted here to see what they thought about the alley, whether we should do something or do nothing. And you can see it's pretty split. 9 says do nothing, and 10 said do something. So we're proposing that we pave just the gravel area and adjust the storm sewer structure so it could actually pick up the drainage. This is strictly this little paving just to improve the drainage, mitigate the erosion, and get rid of all those maintenance concerns that Public Works has to go out there every year to address multiple times a year. We would pay for this out of our drainage, our stormwater fund, because it is drainage improvement, so there'd be no assessment associated with this. When the alley needs repaving in the future, and we do the whole entire alley, then we would do our normal alley project, and we'd assess everybody that benefits from that with the pavement improvements well down the road. So that's our proposal for the alley. Is there any questions on that?
Member Bennett.
Yes. Director Milner, some of the comments in response to the questions in the questionnaire identified what the respondents thought were issues raised by construction vehicles on that alley. What restrictions does the city have on use of alley, or this alley in particular, by construction vehicles?
It's a public roadway, so they have anybody has access to that roadway. It basically gets down to how big of a truck can you fit back there, because it's only 10 or 12 feet wide. Mm-hmm. But if they're blocking traffic, we don't see a lot of that. Some access it for reconstruction, drove right in the yard, but they can access it just like any other street in town.
Well, it's my understanding with public roadways that actually trucks have to be allowed on some categories of public roadway, but they don't have to be allowed on every public roadway. I know we had some questions from the Southwest Quadrant on this a couple of years ago regarding, I think, the Gleason area. And just to put the comment into the record that we have had conversations on an ongoing basis about the impact of multiple trash haulers. We're also, I think, hearing from a lot of the city as roadways get rebuilt and entire neighborhoods get rebuilt, they're also perceiving damage to the roadway from construction vehicles. And I think that we do want to look at that both in terms of protecting the public investment and protecting residents' investments.
Yeah, we did analysis of that concern, and we looked at the number of garbage trucks that hit a specific block, and then we estimated if there's 2 homes that get reconstructed on a block within the life of that street, that still 98% of the damage comes from the garbage trucks. It was in the 90s in there. So we did look at the overall damage profile over the life of a pavement, and it definitely is much more so on garbage trucks. Garbage trucks do access this back alley, but there has been construction vehicles too, so they both do.
Sure, and understanding that the number of haulers on a particular block is something that residents can actually band with their neighbors to do something about by encouraging people to sign with the same haulers and potentially decrease that number. Doesn't appear to be much that they can do with the construction vehicles. I'd like to turn now to street width for just a second. I have a quick question.
Okay.
And that is, You described the two different recommendations for Minnehaha Boulevard, or the combined, sort of the hybrid, one width and another width and another width. And my question is, if 27 feet is wide enough on Minnehaha Boulevard for potentially parking vehicles on both sides of the street, why would 27 feet not be wide enough on the other streets to also park two sides of the street?
It's not that it isn't. We do that today. We park both sides of the street, 27 feet in all of our neighborhoods today. It's to start thinking of that future generation. What do they need for space? How much room is adequate? And what should we give for pedestrians? And what kind of predictability do we give for pedestrians? So it's not that you can't park on both sides of the 27 feet. We're just starting to recommend that we start looking more towards pedestrians, multimodal transportation, giving them more space within the right-of-way for their transportation needs.
Sure, and I support that, and I also think, given the number of questions and concerns that we saw expressed about stormwater and speeding traffic, that a narrower street width makes sense. It's just that the width is the width, and if 27 feet works for parking on two sides in one place, and the recommendation is to construct to 27, we certainly want to encourage multimodality, but it does appear that the width would be there to allow the parking on two sides if it's built to the recommended width.
Yes, yeah. And what recommendations council make tonight, they could recommend one parking on 27 or two. I would support both of those. It works. We've shown that it works, but we just feel it's time to start changing our thinking with our transportation needs for the future.
Thank you.
Member Sprague.
I have a couple sidewalk questions on the
Excuse me.
Indianola stub going from the church. How did you decide not to extend that all the way into the neighborhood, seeing as that's an outlet connection to the slower streets, the slower, narrower streets, Juanita and Indianola, and some other places where people funnel up and try to get up to 50th?
That was where the interactions with pedestrian and vehicles became much less. You got past that driveway with the church, and that's where the people would walk around the church, could walk around. They used the driveway to get onto that sidewalk. Once they got past the driveway, it was our opinion, they were back within the neighborhood confines, and that's where we removed the sidewalks already internally. So that's where we felt like it was a good cutoff point for that sidewalk. The church could use it, get to the driveway, they could access their back parking lot. If you continue to go south, you're into that space of the 27 feet, and it's similar facility all the way down to 52nd if you choose to walk in Indianola or Juanita.
And then on Arden and 52nd, if you decided to go to a 5-foot sidewalk, do we have adequate right-of-way on both of those streets, 6 inches on each side, or however you shift it around?
So Arden along the whole entire stretch of Arden, we have room for a 7-foot facility. That's basically what we said. So it'd be 4 and 3. You could do 5 and 1, but then you have zero room. There's just too many conflicts with trees, with some big retaining walls, and also some sidewalk
so we have the right of way. It's the impact.
We have the right of way.
It's
the impact. Yeah, if council directs do 5 and 5, we could do it. But we're cutting down trees, we're blowing walls out of there, and it's not going to be a fun project.
What about 52nd?
52nd is even worse for constraints. So if we had to do on Arden, we could probably do one of these jobs and make it work. 52nd is confined. It's just you can notice the long, skinny lots there.
Yep.
They got stuff that's up, and that right of way is much smaller than the Arden right of way.
Thank you.
Member Swenson.
So when I made the motion to pull the sidewalks off of Juanita and Indianola, that didn't include shortening up that stub part that goes up to 50th. There was a discussion that we wanted you to look at it, but that we wanted there to be an outlet out of that neighborhood, and we were willing not to put sidewalks on the two north or east-west stubs that go out, one to Arden and one to Halifax, as long as there was an outlet sidewalk. Now we don't have an outlet sidewalk because you have to get up to the church to make that happen. Now I know when I think I was still on Planning Commission when, or maybe I was on council, when we talked about what was going to be a redo of the commercial residential building right up on 50th, and it was going to be redone, and it was going to be high-end condos, and then the lots behind it got sold. And there was still a discussion that they would potentially have a sidewalk across the front of them. So you moved the sidewalk over to the church side, and I get that because of the church, but what I don't get is it doesn't really give an outlet off that U-shaped Indianola and Juanita. So I have some concerns about that.
Okay.
With regard to the excuse me, existing street width, is there any street in the proposed project area that is presently less than 30 feet in width?
J Place is 24 feet wide,
Okay. All the other streets
or
are
approximately 30.
30?
Yep.
All right. With respect to the alley that we talked about on from 52nd down to 54th, what's the average width of that alley?
It's 10 to 12 feet along that, down that alley.
Okay. Does anybody use that alley for access to garages or accessory buildings?
Most of them do. 2/3 of them towards the north end all do. As you get closer to 54th, there's just not access for these properties back here. So the majority of these do have, I shouldn't say a majority, but there are garages back there. I guess I don't know the exact count, but there are garages back there.
Okay. Is anybody from that neighborhood that either Halifax or Minnehaha Boulevard that abuts that
We're still keeping
alley
the 4 foot.
discussed with you the possibilities of a vacation of that right-of-way?
They have not. They have not discussed that.
Vacation of the right-of-way and deeding it to the property owners on each side?
I have not heard any comments to that.
Okay. All right. Do we have any purely public purpose that that would require us to maintain or have an interest in that alley? Because, I mean, it seems like we just got a handful of them in town here, and
There's a storm
this is a
sewer.
real anomaly.
There's a storm sewer pipe about halfway up that we have to maintain. That's part of the issue with that sediment. It fills it up. We have to get back there to maintain that storm sewer pipe. And there's a drainage concern when that backs up. There's one person I've talked to out there. Her garage floods. She's a little lip entering her garage, and if that water gets above, it floods the garage. We're trying to improve that situation for that individual.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead and proceed.
So we did receive a few petitions and letters, so I thought I'd just go through those. We did receive a petition, and the council received it a couple council meetings ago. One was against the narrowing of the streets and parking on one side. So Juanita and Indianola area, they want to stay with the current 30-foot wide street with parking on both sides versus the recommended 27-foot width recommended, which is our city standard. And they want to keep parking on both sides. 69 signatures representing 51 properties signed that petition. And we're still recommending we do our typical 27-foot wide street standard with parking on one side. We received another petition for an additional sidewalk on the west side of Halifax between 52nd and 54th Street. 10 of those 21 properties signed that petition. We estimated the cost of that sidewalk to be about $150,000 to $170,000. That'd be approximately 15 to 17% of our PACS budget. So we looked at the priorities we have for sidewalks in town, which ones are considered higher priorities. This one definitely isn't on the radar. So we feel we have much higher priority sidewalks from a safety concern to consider well before we add this one on Halifax. While we'd love to do that, we feel that money would be better spent on just a couple examples, Interlochen or Xerxes Avenue sidewalks where we have some safety concerns. There wasn't a formal petition, but there was a letter that was forwarded to council about the street width on Minnehaha Boulevard. So we talked about providing that space for 27-foot wide street for additional parking if we need it in the future. The request of this person in the letter suggested we just hold 24 feet the whole way and don't even have that space for potential future parking. So those are the petitions and letters that we've received.
Question?
Yes.
Member Swenson?
If we were to go ahead and put the sidewalk on the west side of Halifax, would you build the curb in a different place than where you're proposing to build it today without it?
That one has an existing sidewalk, so the boulevard varies already. We're going to try to share the construction limits with the roadway. I'll maybe hand that off to our consultant, Toby Muse with SEH. I wanted to thank SEH before I started. I forgot for all their work on this project. He may be able, I don't think we would, in your opinion, would we change that curb line?
Members of the council, if we were to implement sidewalk on the west side of Halifax, as Chad mentioned, the east side of Halifax, the sidewalk meanders a lot more than is typical, and it was done that way to protect existing trees and slopes and retaining walls. And if we are going to narrow Halifax Avenue to 24-foot wide, the plan all along has been to keep the Halifax Avenue sidewalk as is. Don't touch it. If there are some broken panels or such, then those would get replaced. But in terms of how it works now, how it functions now, it would remain as is. The same would have to happen over on the west side of Halifax. The road itself would essentially be narrowed from both directions. So the boulevard, if there is one on the east side, would increase 2 to 3 feet in general. And then we would try and implement a 2 to 3 or a 3-foot minimum boulevard on the west side. Now, the impacts that would occur due to that sidewalk, I'm unsure of at the moment. We haven't looked at that. But
No, I was more curious that if you choose not to build a sidewalk because the PAX fund has higher and better uses for it, but yet you think you're going to go back to build it, would we build Halifax the way you're proposing today? Because going back to build it then may not work if you would have built it differently. That's really what I was getting down to, are we making a good decision today if we choose to put off the sidewalks for the future?
That's a tough decision we have in all our street recon
It
projects.
is a very
but
tough decision.
I think if we knew there was, we could probably gain a couple feet, like Toby mentioned, on that east side. We could shift it. Now we're going to have to build, probably have some more grade issues with some of the driveways on the west side. I don't think it would change more than a foot or two, and
Well, the east side has more topography, especially at the south
Yeah.
end, than the west side has over most of
maybe
it.
a couple
No, I
extra
just
feet.
really, when you're looking forward and thinking about putting something off, I don't want to make a mistake in how we build it today if we want to come back and put in a sidewalk later, that's all.
Member Bennett?
What we're hearing about the shift, if the roadway is narrowed, where that will come from, that the future opportunity to build a sidewalk on the west would not be lost if at some point it became affordable within the PAX fund and the neighborhood support for it,
I would agree. It would be a retrofit similar to what we're doing on Arden.
which are always
And
more
we'd have to
expensive.
go around, it's always more expensive, we'd have to go around trees, we'd have conflicts. The aprons would be set up at a 3-foot standard, so we could tie in with those and make it work. So I don't see it totally closing the door. I think we could potentially gain a foot or two if we knew to do that at this point, but it wouldn't close the door on that sidewalk.
Thank you.
And that would be true all the way from 54th. I mean, the petition was for 54th to 52nd, but it seems to me if we gave that consideration, the notion of a sidewalk on the west side of Halifax, we ought to be thinking about it in terms of access to 50th and France. So you'd want to consider taking it all the way down to the curve behind Lund's, so you could access the other sidewalk there, just like they do on the east side. So I guess what Member Bennett is saying would be true all the way down the west side of Halifax, I
Yeah.
assume.
In the future, if we did, we wouldn't want to just do the one. We'd probably want to do the whole thing, like you suggested,
Right.
Mayor. But again, it would be a retrofit of a sidewalk, and we know the issues that come up with that.
Strikes me that, when we did the sidewalk on the east side, I think we assessed for it.
We did.
And still feels good. So I don't know if this will happen here, but I could see a time where if we're trying to stretch the PAX fund, and people in a particular neighborhood want a sidewalk bad enough that maybe we could enter into some sort of a cost sharing arrangement too. I'm not saying that would happen here, but I could see a time in the future when that might happen. Otherwise, we wouldn't be back with PAX fund money for years and years to come.
Yeah, that's another opportunity for creative funding.
All right. Go ahead.
Getting into the project costs. So there's city costs, residents costs, and then the potential Minnehaha Creek Watershed District funding. So the city is paying for the sanitary sewer trunk pipe, the lining and the repairs at $1.7 million. The water main pipe and the service pipe up to and including the curb stop, a small shutoff valve would be 1.5 million. Storm sewer is estimated at 1.2, and the sidewalks are about 225,000, so about 4.7 million for city costs. On the resident side, we talked about the sanitary sewer service pipe, approximately 594,000 for that, 2.7 million for the street reconstruction, and 95,000 for that lighting system that we discussed, for a total of $3.38 million. That would be a potential assessable cost to the residents. And then, like I mentioned, the Minnehaha Creek Watershed District is we got a strong verbal commitment that it will be probably in that $80,000 to $100,000 cost share with them. They're going to their board in January to get final approval of that, but we do think we're going to get some funding from them for that Halifax infiltration system and the J Place pavers. So using those project costs, we get assessments, estimated assessments, pending assessments, if they get approved tonight, for the street reconstruction of $11,300. The sanitary sewer pipe component would be $2,700, and the lighting would be $400. So that'd be a total assessment of $14,400 per REU. And we have 238.42 REUs within the project area. And we have some lots that are, this depicts just kind of the color codes of the different REU values around the project. The timeline, we have met with this neighborhood in 2012, 2013, and again in July of this year for an informational meeting. We met with again, and that was focused on many of the street and sidewalk components. We met again in September to review the sidewalk components, but we mostly focused on the estimates and the utilities at the September meeting. We went to the Park Board and the ETC, the Edina Transportation Commission, in October, and we're here tonight for the public hearing for your consideration on this project. If it gets approved tonight, we would do plan preps and bid by the end of February and award early March, with construction beginning as soon as weather allows in the spring, either April or May. And the final assessment hearing, as I mentioned, will be in the fall of 2016. We believe this project is necessary and cost-effective and feasible to improve the public infrastructure of the Arden Park neighborhood, and staff is recommending you authorize Arden Park D neighborhood roadway improvements BA312. And I'll stand for any other questions you may have at this time.
Thank you. There are a few more. Member Brindle.
Looking at the map of the project area, we looked at the intersection of 51st and Halifax and the treatment that would be done there. What will the intersections of the streets in this project along 50th be? Looking
50th?
at looking at turning, because the roadways will narrow, and it'll be based on the recommendation, roadways will narrow, parking on one side, as has been recommended, and the turning, if you tighten 51st and Halifax, is that similar to what the treatment will be along 50th?
We're not proposing the island treatment, like you mentioned, at all the intersections, just that one at Halifax and 51st with the island to address that high-speed south turn into the
Right.
neighborhood. The other ones are more 90 degrees. You got to turn and
So
make
it won't
an
be
abrupt-
any different than it is today?
Won't be any different than what it is today, just a
Okay.
couple feet narrower on each side.
All right. And then talking about the sidewalk on Indianola by the Edina Covenant Church, it doesn't bother me that it's a stub that ends. It might look a little awkward, but the neighbors on Indianola there, it's my understanding that they don't want the sidewalk and to go any further into the neighborhood. So I think stopping it at the church does make sense. It is used a lot there. It's used a lot there when 50th and France is busy. It's used a lot there when the church is busy. So I think it's where it ought to be as a dropping off point. But being sensitive to the neighbors on Indianola when they said no, in the same way the neighbors south of that said no, I think that makes sense.
Thank you. Member Bennett.
Thank you. Director Milner, the graphic that's in the engineering report is not as clear as the one that you showed on the overhead in terms of the change to Halifax. We can see it's a stronger yellow, as it were, in the engineering study, but when you showed the design, it looked like, so for the faint line underneath, it looks like the crossing for pedestrians will actually be wider by 1 to 3 to 4 feet.
The physical distance between the two curb lines?
Yes.
Yeah, because we're adding a 6 foot, so the lanes will be 14 or 15 feet wide on each side plus 6, so you're at 28. You're at 34 to 36 feet wide.
Okay.
So the actual distance will be traveled, but you'll have that island as a buffer halfway. And we looked at whether we could do a refuge island like we do in France. There's just not enough room in this local setting to do that.
Right. So again, understanding that it's going to be a wider distance to cross, that anybody who wishes to remain on sidewalk and travel to the south has to cross that intersection. That there will be no room in the island to serve as a refuge, and that with the change in configuration to the north and west, do you actually test this so you know it's going to make a vehicle slow down to make that turn? Because what I'm theorizing based on what I've seen elsewhere and reading the comments and seeing how many people are concerned about how that crosswalk does and does not function today, my concern is that it's not going to slow traffic down that much, and it's going to give people a farther distance to cross. And so I'm not sure that that island, while I think a lot of thought and care has gone into the design of it, I'm not sure that it's going to accomplish the desired goal and make that crossing feel safer to the people who have to make that crossing.
I would ask Councilmember Bennett to look through those comments and maybe consider if those comments had to do with this crosswalk. Most of those comments had to do with the crosswalk that actually goes across 51st Street. That's the one that I read most of the comments. This one, I've gotten many more comments. Very little on the actual safety going across Halifax. It's that crosswalk with the big flashers and rapid flash 51st.
And I understand that too, and people actually wanted a stop sign there, which I
Yeah.
don't think would fit within
So that's-
warrants when you're in a traffic signal controlled area. Yes, I understand that is a
Okay.
concern, but we have had some experience in other places in the city with this. Plus, again, you just answered my question saying that the physical crossing distance is actually going to be increased. And and there's no recommendation on the table right now to add a sidewalk to the west, nor does it sound like there's funding to do so on the west side of the street. So that's my comment and question on that category right now.
Can I add to that and then let
Sure.
you go back to your next question?
Okay.
Is there a reason why the top northwest corner of it is curved instead of more 90 degrees of that turn into the neighborhood?
We look at bus turning templates and fire truck
Okay.
turning templates. So we actually got a comment from
Okay.
a resident that's here tonight that wants us to look at that. We're going to try to make it more of a 90, but we have to get emergency vehicles and buses through
Okay,
there.
so
I would say that while we're making the whole system wider by 4 to 6 feet, I would say we're actually limiting the potential for pedestrian impacts with traffic to less, because the cars used to use the full 30 feet. Now they're only limited to that 14 to 15 feet when they come in, because the other lane is a stop condition. So in my opinion, you're actually limiting the interface of vehicles and pedestrians at that intersection.
So, but your other problem is if you can get across on the flashing lights without getting killed by someone whipping around each corner from the intersections, then you hit the sidewalk behind Lund's, which is right at the curb. And then you come up to Lund's, and there's really not a safe way to get into Lund's because there's sort of a little Ho Chi Minh Trail there that if you have a stroller or the dog even, it doesn't really work. So I think part of our problem in pedestrian is what's out of the scope of what this project is too, which is really kind of too bad, because where we want to encourage people, and this is my walking shed for Lund's, and I'm walking from Valley View and Concord. This is their walking shed way more times than I do it. I do it when I want to feel good about my body. They're doing it on a more regular basis. So at some point, we have to keep it on our radar screen that we don't have a good, safe way for people to get around there. And one of the reasons we don't is that, one, we're probably increasing the length to get across, and then you'd have to go up to the light, and then you still have to get across up at the light to get to Lunds, which isn't an easy cross actually either, because there are all these left-hand turns, which you have to kind of pay attention to what light is doing what color. So it's not a great pedestrian area to get to an area that we should have people walking to all the time. So I really do want us to look at this intersection. I think it's good that we don't have somebody turning in and crossing over in the left-hand lane. You know, that's scary for the person on the sidewalk as much as it is for the car trying to pull out of the neighborhood. But I think it's really important that this intersection function as well as it can also for the pedestrians. And that's what I agree with Member Bennett. I'm afraid I'm not seeing quite as much. I will give the floor back to you because you had more questions.
I was actually going to move to another topic, and that is that on the assessment roll, the preliminary assessment roll, where is the park?
We're getting assessed 5.
Right. The amount is explained really clearly, again, in the engineering study, the report part of it. But when I go to the assessment roll, I've been through it several times.
We can look through it and make sure it's on there, and if it's not, we will make sure it is.
If somebody can find it and tell me where it is, because I can't find it. Everything else appears to be there, but not the park. Thank you.
Member Brindle, anything right now?
Oh, Toby said he found it. Is there a line?
Yeah, on page 8 of the assessment roll, near the bottom, the address is labeled as 5230. Yep.
Dr. Milner, with respect to the proposed sidewalk on the west side of Minnehaha Boulevard, was it determined that that should be concrete?
Correct.
And why did we choose concrete as opposed to some other material, or trying to make it something that was with that is that width more pervious?
Either material wouldn't be pervious, but the soils in that park aren't conducive to anything impervious to drain into. It's a boggy swamp area, so we wouldn't have any benefit. It wouldn't go anywhere. It would just end up where it does today in the park. That's a flood overflow for the creek. We felt doing 8-foot concrete would match the sidewalk on Arden, 52nd, and 54th. So why change treatments? Keep consistency within that neighborhood and keep it all concrete.
Mm-hmm. I can see the consistency being important within the residential portion of the neighborhood, but along a park where you've got all this nature, having an 8-foot wide concrete sidewalk seems out of character.
I'll tell you, if you go to Highland and look at the asphalt sidewalk that was built at the south end of Highland, it's breaking apart, it's falling apart, and the edges are terrible, and I wouldn't want that for this neighborhood. It looks terrible now, and the neighborhood can't wait till it gets replaced.
And I'm not saying that asphalt is the right material either, but it strikes me that it's worth looking at some of the materials that might be appropriate. That would allow grass to grow through, for example, that might be concrete in nature that we can put a little bit better bed on to create almost a paver kind of effect, but still allow for mobility. I don't want to exaggerate the cost of the project, but it just strikes me that maybe we color the concrete. I don't know. But
could we try the same paver treatment that is going to be installed at J Place? Would it lend itself to this location?
We looked at doing it along the whole Minnehaha Boulevard. We felt that would be a great treatment for that Boulevard street. But again, the soils aren't conducive to any infiltration. But it'd just be a look. I wouldn't, if it was just for look of a sidewalk, I'd probably use some kind of paver system instead. Those are pretty expensive, heavy duty, made for big trucks, not for a sidewalk facility. So it'd be a paver. Again, like the mayor's comment, it's going to come with a cost.
Yeah.
You know, if we do pavers on that magnitude, it's, you know, I couldn't ballpark right offhand, but it's going to be a substantial more expensive.
Okay, let's all think about it. It just strikes me that a band of concrete 8 feet wide all the way along the park
Mayor,
seems odd.
Pavers can also be a real trip hazard for people with any kind of disability. Even in the early stages of multiple sclerosis, somebody can catch a toe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, always a judgment call on what's best to use from a material standpoint. So, all right, other questions for Director Mulder, at this point in time, Member Bennett?
Yes, one last question, please. What was the methodology for the assessment for the sanitary sewer? I note that, for instance, for one 10-unit building, it appears to be one REU divided among the units. Do we have a chart for it like the one you showed earlier for figuring the REUs for different types of property, different classes of property?
On the sanitary sewer side?
Yes.
Those, I think many of those buildings that may have been done, Brownstone, I would assume has already got redone, but we'll look through the building permits to see what's been redone. But yeah, those buildings have a one sewer pipe, so we felt it would be a one sanitary sewer improvement. The cost to fix that pipe won't be any different. It's the same size as to fix a residential one, so it should be a one sanitary unit assessment.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I was going to ask you, here, signs. Just looking for my lighting. Oh, yeah, the street lights issue. This is, I think this is just a great neighborhood, one of the best neighborhoods in our community. And it strikes me that lighting is particularly important in this neighborhood. So I know we don't have to address that right at this moment, but I do like the idea of some uniform kind of lighting other than just that utilitarian Cobra head lighting in this neighborhood. I think it would add so much to the neighborhood, but that's just a passing thought for now. All right. Any other questions for Director Milner? Otherwise, we're going to open this up for public testimony. And this hearing is now open for public testimony. If you remember, Director Benarott said at the beginning of the meeting, you'll have 3 minutes. You can use one of the side podiums. You'll get a yellow warning light when you've got 30 seconds left, and then you can think about wrapping up. And we didn't have a city attorney tonight, but one just showed up at the podium here from a former Bloomington city attorney. So,
emphasis on the former mayor. My name is Gary Gandrud. I have offices at Gandrud Law at 80 South 8th Street in downtown Minneapolis. I'm here representing the residents at 5233 Minnehaha Avenue, Alice and Mort Mortensen. They've lived in that address for 50 years. I've been following this improvement project for 2.5 years. I've met with staff, Chad Milner. I'll have to tell you that he's been courteous. He's been answering all my phone calls. He's conveniently set up meetings. He's done everything except listen to me. I respect your process of adopting your living streets policy and plan. The tough part is implementing it, and that's what you're facing tonight, and it's not easy. I can end my remarks quickly. Your plan, none of your plans address alleys. I don't know how familiar you are with the alleys in Edina. I've heard that they're under 10. When I first talked to Chad, I said, what's the policy? How wide is it going to be? What kind of a weight it's going to do? And he says, well, we don't have a alley policy, so I don't know what we're going to do. Since the staff isn't including this alley improvement in the assessment, it doesn't have to be in a public improvement project, and you can just pull this one out and study the alleys. I can tell you some horror stories from other cities that have contended with alleys. Some cities have made a complete effort to turn them into private alleys. This is 20 feet of public right-of-way going from 52nd to 54th. The public has a right to drive there, to walk there, to do skateboard or whatever. You don't regulate alleys. There's no speed. There's no parking. There's no nothing. If a garbage truck drives in there, they have to back up all the way out. If a curious sightseer drives in, there's no place to turn around. They'll have to back into somebody's yard. You know, you can delete this item from this project and get your hands around alleys. You know, I'm familiar with a vacation can be made, and I'm surprised that the Public Works haven't considered this. You can work on a vacation, which the property goes back to the property it came from, and condition it on joint access agreements. So everybody that's got garages, everybody that's using it still will be able to use it the same. It can be a private alley. I don't think that you want a invitation for, you know, I don't want to say crime. That doesn't happen, but people can walk in, look around. The alley just melds into the backyards of these properties.
Mr. Ganders, I have to ask you to wrap up.
Okay,
We're
I'll just ask.
over time.
Finally, hit pause on the alley. I don't think anyone in this council has really studied alleys. I'd be surprised, and you can tell me if you have.
Thank you.
I think you should get your hands around it. Mort Mortensen, ironically, if you show the map, Chad.
Mr. Gandrud, I got to ask
Okay.
you to cease your remarks. I've let you drift over just a little bit. Thank you.
The only part that's being paved is the part behind his house, and he's been very much opposed to it. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Hovland, council members. My name is Larry Swanby. I live at 5124 Juanita Avenue, Edina, of course. I think to begin the questioning and comments, I consider myself an unusual resident. I moved into the same home where I now live in 1941 in May. I did take my parents along with me at that point in time. Arden Park was Arden Field. I used to catch frogs and toads and snakes and bring them home to my mother in her kitchen. I have had the opportunity to use the roadways, including Juanita Avenue, on my tricycle, on my bicycle, and in my father's limousine because he was a funeral director. So I have watched the neighborhood grow, and Mayor Hovland, I do appreciate some of the points that you made in the article several quarterly publications ago now. I want to see Edina continue to grow to the kind of wonderful community that we've enjoyed for all these many years. However, I'm not in favor of change just for change's sake. So I'm speaking in behalf of the petition which asks to maintain the streets on Indianola, Juanita, and Gorgas at 30 feet. At prior meetings, I've posed the question to Mr. Milner as to what the advantage is of having a standard of 27 feet. I've received the answer that it slows the traffic and there could be cost savings for maintenance. Now, Councilwoman Brindle walked with us during rush hour, actually, and I want to thank you publicly for taking your time to do that. There is no traffic to speak of on those streets. So there is no real reason to slow the traffic that I can see any more than it is. Insofar as cost maintenance, I would like to see at least some citation in some sort of equivalent climate that reflects that there is in fact going to be cost savings over a period of what, 40 years, 50 years? Those streets have worked fine except for about the last 10 years. So please do consider the petition signed by a large majority of those residents, almost all of them. Thank you.
Mr. Swanby.
Evening.
Good evening. Wayne Wenger, 5212 Halifax. That's the west side of the street. Mayor, thank you for remembering that we got to pay for the sidewalk on the east side. I'm sure you remember that when the decision was made to put the sidewalk on the east or west side, the east side, even though it meanders, was the better option than the west side because of the many beautiful big trees on the west side that would be affected directly by the sidewalk. That was the recommendation. There was a proposal at that time to do a sidewalk on the west side as well as the east side, and the majority of the people decided that were opposed to that, and so that was tabled for the time being until we saw how things worked out. The trees have grown bigger in the years since we put in the sidewalk. I believe it's going to be even more of a challenge to fit the sidewalk in with the guidelines that you're talking about. I see no reason to be adding a second sidewalk. So I would oppose that thing and suggest you just table that the way you seem to be leaning until we can study it further. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Winder.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Am I on here?
You are.
And council members, I'm John Wheaton. I live at 5109 Arden Avenue in Edina, of course. And I just wanted to comment on and to thank engineering staff for the work they've done in trying to figure out how to redo the streets, slide a sidewalk in on Arden with the 3-foot boulevard and 4-foot width configuration that they've recommended. That has aesthetic benefits. It's more compatible with the neighborhood, and it avoids the loading of snow on the sidewalk. As a resident on that side of the street, I'm okay with shoveling it. I'm not looking to have 5-foot equipment shovel a 4-foot sidewalk by the city, much as the city may choose to do that. We're fine with a 4-foot sidewalk and very much prefer it. And I'll simply close, picking up on Mayor Hovland's suggestion for paver service down in the park. Another thing to think about might be all around Lake Harriet, we've got a 1-foot concrete edger with blacktop in between, which looks a lot better than solid concrete. So it's just something else maybe to look at. But again, engineering staff has been responsive, helpful, and we're looking forward to a good project. Thank you.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Wheaton. Thanks for coming over. Good evening.
Hello, Mayor, City Council. My name is Troy Paulson. I live at 5116 Juanita Avenue. I'm here to ask you to amend the plan to reconstruct Juanita, Indianola, and West 51st to their current width with no parking restrictions. Narrowing streets is often used as a street calming measure. I think Member Bennett mentioned that tonight. The proposed plan would actually narrow the streets by 3 feet and restrict parking to one side, which would actually lead to wider drive lanes, which could lead to faster speeds. So I think that's counter to what the plan is trying to accomplish there. As stated in the petition that Larry mentioned, the current streets have served the needs of motorists, pedestrians, and bicyclists since their construction in 1941. As you guys know, 90% of the households on those 3 streets signed that petition. As we know from city data, these streets are low-volume local streets, with the overwhelming majority of the users being the residents of these streets. The report and also Director Milner talk about to continue our change in the thinking about the use of our streets. And to me, that seems like a closed conversation because the Living Streets policy was never brought up for public hearing or debate. And now you want to implement the plan, which hasn't been written yet, hasn't been put out for public comment, hasn't been put out for public hearing or vote. So that's a closed conversation, and I don't know what the rest of the community thinks of narrower streets. You know, maybe they would like it. I don't know. The residents in our neighborhood would prefer to keep the wider streets. I don't think anyone knows because it hasn't been put out for discussion. According to staff, the remaining process here is to complete the Living Streets plan in 2015, obtain public input, hold a hearing, and present to council for a vote. If this is the process, the earliest that you would be voting on to implement certain elements of the plan would be after you vote on it in 2015. If this is not the process, I'd like to hear from each of you why you think it's appropriate to put elements of the Living Streets Plan in, which is intended to guide the decisions of the street reconstruction for the foreseeable future without an open discussion with the residents and without a public hearing. If this is not the process, I'd like to hear from each of you why you are considering limiting parking in this project, but not for the other projects on the agenda tonight. Lastly, I'd like to ask a question on the special assessment itself. The engineering study states that the project costs will be levied against property owners in the project area who receive benefit from the improvements. It doesn't mention any analysis of the increase in market value to the assessed properties. Does the city assume a dollar-for-dollar relationship between the project cost and the increased market value? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paulson.
Good evening, Mayor Hovland and the members of the Edina City Council. My name is Stephanie Vitt, and my address is 5216 Halifax. I'm on the west side of Halifax. We purchased our home in the Arden Park neighborhood 5 years ago in order to be close to the business district at 50th and France. And when we moved into the home, the sidewalk on the east side of Halifax was being constructed, and while we were very happy about that sidewalk, we were hopeful that a future sidewalk on the west side would become a reality. With the Arden Park reconstruction project that's going to be happening next year, this is the time to look at this sidewalk. There are efficiencies, there is economies of scale in considering the sidewalk now versus waiting for the future. Almost half of the 21 residents on our street support this sidewalk for the following reasons. Halifax is a major access point to 50th and France. We saw in Director Milner's research, 1,200 cars is the average daily traffic on Halifax. A sidewalk on the west side would provide pedestrians with a safe and continuous path to 50th and France. In the plan, there are sidewalks proposed for 52nd and 54th between Halifax and Minnehaha Boulevard. Connecting those sidewalks with a sidewalk on the west side only seems to make sense. It would provide a safe path of travel and safe crosswalks at controlled intersections. Plus, it would look more finished to have those sidewalks connected. Damage to trees doesn't seem to be an issue anymore. This was a primary concern of my neighbors who did not sign the petition, both in the past and this year. With the curbs being extended, as well as the city's ability to work around the boulevards to save the trees, damage to trees does not seem to be an issue. That's not something that I want either. I love the trees on Halifax and want to preserve them. I want to congratulate you on your plan to make Edina more pedestrian and bicycle friendly with new sidewalks. This article in the Star Tribune this weekend was outstanding. I felt very proud to be a resident of Edina, and I hope you strongly consider my petition to consider sidewalks for the west side of Halifax as part of the Arden Park reconstruction project. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Liss.
So good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Kerry Schilling. I live at 5017 Bruce. I've been in the neighborhood for about 16 years. 10 of those years were on the corner of 51st and Halifax. So I appreciate all the work that Chad and Toby have put into this project, and they've listened to my comments, several of them, and a lot of them I think they've helped along. There's been a lot of contributing members to this. So the first thing I'd like to say is thank you for the Bruce Island. Along with the several other residents, we made improvements to the Bruce Island. It looks much better now than it did before. And with the improvements it'll make, we'll continue to make it look better. The second item is that I have a question about is the street lights. The corner of 51st and Halifax is not scheduled to get a new replacement street lamp. The other areas, basically 51st and Bruce, 51st and Arden, 51st and Juanita, and 51st and Indianola are scheduled to have the replacement street lamps installed. So I would request that 51st and Halifax and the street lamp next to the pump house or right across the street from the pump house be considered for that. The next item is the Halifax Island. I think that is an excellent addition to that corner of 51st. And I walk that neighborhood most days. I'm around there somewhere in the area, and I think it really will help with the traffic. As far as the extra pedestrian, the width, I'm just not that concerned about it. Again, I probably walk there, just say most days of the year. And I'd be happy to walk that area with any one of you if you'd allow me to do so. So one other item I'd like to ask to be considered on the Halifax Island is as you enter Bruce Avenue and Arden, there's stone monuments, and I would ask that those be considered also in that area, just to send a message to the people driving the area that you are entering a residential area. The last item is the road width. I understand narrowing the roads and could easily support the 27-foot roads. What I do not care for is the parking on one side of the street. One of the main reasons is the no parking signs, and I had asked how many no parking signs would have to be installed in our neighborhood, and I don't know the answer. Mr. Milner, do you know approximately how many no parking signs?
We'll ask him when
we can.
done.
Okay.
Sure. We'll find out the answer to that.
So that ends my comments, but I hope you'll support parking on both sides of the street.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Schilling.
Good evening. I'm Marie Peckman. I'm at 5316 Halifax on the west side. And I just had a few comments. Firstly, we have a pump house on our street on the east side of Halifax that is a city-owned property. And I was just wondering if that was factored into the cost of the special assessment. Along with Arden Park, there is that pump house property on Halifax. Also, I am a proponent of sidewalks. However, I do like the width of our street. I do like the not hindering the parking. Our street in particular is heavily, a lot of construction on our street, and I know that there are about 4 more projects coming up. 2 are just being completed. And I'd say in the next 5 years, about 12 to 15 more homes just on my half of the street will be coming up. So I do have some concerns about this street being done now at this time, only to be torn up by, dozens of heavy machinery. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Marie.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Doug McElrath. This is my wife, Karen McElrath, and we live at 5026 Bruce Avenue, which is in the cul-de-sac of Bruce Avenue and Bruce Place. Back in 1964, actually, my parents bought this house, and 14 years ago, Karen and myself bought the home from my family to raise our family at this location. So for, more years than not, out of those 50 years, I've lived in this house, and I've gotten the feel of the cul-de-sac where we live. And I would like you to consider not narrowing the width of the cul-de-sac at Bruce Place for a couple of reasons. I think that it would adversely impact our livability and how we use the cul-de-sac and get in and out of the area. As we head into the winter time now, for the next 4 months, we're going to be the depository or repository for most of the snow in our neighborhood, which is understandable. We're kind of a natural dropping off point. Not only does the snow grow high in front of our house, which is not a problem, but it makes its way out into the street as well. From the curb, could be 3 or 4 feet. So I feel like in the wintertime, we're already living with a much reduced cul-de-sac. And when you get cars parking in the cul-de-sac, you get construction, the garbage companies going in and out. It's very difficult to get in and out of the cul-de-sac in that situation. Also, as we know, it's a great place to live, Edina. There is, I would say, every other year there's a major remodeling project going on in our cul-de-sac. There's one that's just started next door to us now. And I can bet you in probably 3 months there will be a home sold that'll either be a whole house remodel or it'll be a tear down. So we're living with construction on our street, as many others are in Edina as well. But again, narrowing the street, all of the construction parking, it's going to be a chore to get in and out of our house because it's a chore right now. So for those reasons, I would like you to consider not narrowing the width of the cul-de-sac on Bruce. And if there's anything I missed, Karen can.
Karen, anything?
Well, we know of at least 3 people that have hit cars just trying to navigate in and out of our driveway. Our driveway is all narrow to single width as they get into the cul-de-sac. Ours is on a curve. My father's hit the fire hydrant. A friend hit the fire hydrant. If you look at the cul-de-sac, it looks large, but when you're living there, the amount of activity that's going on, we just can't stand to lose an inch of that space.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, and one last quick question for later on perhaps is, and I'm curious as how the no parking would affect the cul-de-sac. So thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. I just have one last comment. Personally, I would like to just see the whole street stay at 30 feet because we are not being considered for a sidewalk. We have a dog, and we walk every single day with our dog. And as you approach 50th and France, because we like to walk up to 50th, go to the post office, run errands, it is crazy at that intersection because we have the sidewalk along 50th. We have bikers and walkers to contend with. We have people walking on the street with their dogs, and we have parked cars. And then we try and zip out, especially during rush hour. It is absolutely kind of frightening at that corner. So I feel really strongly that making it narrower, there won't be a place for people to walk safely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Kendra Lindahl. I office at 105 South 5th Avenue, Suite 513 in Minneapolis. And I'm here tonight representing the homeowners at 5233 Minnehaha. In the packet, you do have a copy of a letter from me, and I just wanted to expand on a couple of points. On behalf of our client, we are requesting that Minnehaha remain at 24 feet wide the entire length of Minnehaha. As others have said, I do want to thank staff. Both Mr. Muse and Mr. Milner have been very nice to chat with us about the project. But we think the street should remain at 24 feet wide for a couple of reasons. As Mr. Milner noted, the policy is really a standard moving in the living streets policy, I should say, to a 24-foot wide street with parking on one side as a standard. And the policy says that you should really allocate additional right-of-way for parking only when absolutely necessary and not in conflict with the living streets. And it goes on to say that you should keep street pavement widths to the minimum necessary. And we just think when we add all of that new parking along the park as designated parking, there is plenty of parking for the Arden Park use, and that parking in front of the existing homes is not needed to serve the park needs and, in fact, has a really negative impact on the residents. We appreciate narrowing the street. My client has had concerns for the 50 years they've lived there about the amount of traffic coming down that street with those curves at the speed that they come down at. So we really appreciate the traffic calming effects of the design of the living streets at that narrower width. And we're simply asking that the parking remain on the park side where there are fewer pedestrian conflicts than there would be if you add parking on the east side of the street, which is a safer environment for residents. who are crossing to the park to walk on those sidewalks, or for people that are coming just to visit the park. So again, we ask that you revise the plan to keep a 24-foot wide width for the length of Minnehaha Boulevard. Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Lindahl.
Good evening. My name is Jack Meenan. I live at 5300 Halifax, west side of the street, and I'd like to speak to the petition on the sidewalks. I would note that I'm one of the 11 of the 21 that said that did not sign the petition, and would request that you not approve that petition. As was stated earlier, the additional costs associated with it, and then Mayor Hovland's suggestion that maybe there'd be shared funding makes it even more shaky. And I have one of the large trees on the west side of the street, and I just don't see how you could do an effective job of putting sidewalks on for the number of mature trees we have on that side of the street. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Nina. Good evening.
Some pictures. Good evening,
Good
Mayor,
evening.
council members. The two pictures here.
Could you give us your name and address?
Oh,
please?
I'm sorry. Janet Anderson, 5132 Indianola Avenue. The two pictures here were taken yesterday, and this is just going to take a short time because all I have to say is, mercifully, our street is still 30 feet wide. If we were at the 27-foot width, I would have had to call my dentist and say, I'm sorry, I cannot get out of my driveway, so we'll have to reschedule. So as it was a little tricky getting out of the driveway, but I'm all for keeping the streets at our present 30-foot width. And I hope you go along with the petition that the neighbors signed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Anyone else? With regard to this project, we're going to close the hearing if no one else wants to come up.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion, all those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. And we've got some questions that came up in the course of the conversation. One of the questions was, how would no parking, McElrath raised the issue, how would the no parking affect the cul-de-sac, no parking rule, parking on one side of the street? That is true for a couple of the cul-de-sacs, I guess.
Yep, Mayor, members of the council, we would sign it no parking up to the cul-de-sac, and find wherever the driveways stop and start, and then it would be parking allowed within the cul-de-sac, because there's not speed or volume concerns with traffic within the cul-de-sac. It's pretty slow traffic in that area, so we wouldn't. The parking would be allowed within that whole cul-de-sac, most of it. It wouldn't come up to the start of it.
All right. So, what are the staff reasons as to why the Bruce Place cul-de-sac ought to be made smaller in its circumference or diameter?
Yeah, we try to do that with all our projects, reduce the pavement width. Pavements is directly, the amount of pavement is a directly assessed item for the project considering here tonight. It's also a maintenance consideration going forward for seal coats and mill and overlays, so it's going to cost more to maintain. With the capacity issues in the storm pipe, whenever we can reduce impervious pavements, we reduce the volume and the speed of the runoff. By when we're getting more grassy turf areas, we have more opportunities for that water to infiltrate into the turf areas, and that'll help with some of the storm sewer capacity issues. So those are the three main benefits that we see. We always try to reduce those impervious areas for those reasons.
Did you take into consideration the concern that the McElraths have from having lived there all these years about the snow buildup in the wintertime and the fact that they get just some seasonal shrinkage of the area itself based on all the snow that gets pushed into the cul-de-sac?
Yeah, it's a concern for many people in town, especially when we have a winter like last year. Many of our streets start to get narrower, but then we get Public Works out and they can make adjustments. So we have many cul-de-sacs that are 60 feet. That's functioned throughout many different types of winters, the volume of snows. If there is a concern with the snow creeping out too far, I would welcome they could report a problem to Public Works, and I'm sure they would come out and address that and either haul it off site. That island at Bruce Place and Bruce Avenue will now be larger. There'll be more room for snow storage at the start of that cul-de-sac, so Public Works may push some more snow in that area versus all the way at the end. So there's an opportunity there to reduce some of that snow at the end of the cul-de-sac.
Okay. Marie on Halifax had a couple of questions. First was the pump house factored into the assessment? The fact that we own the pump house and it takes up at least one lot down there.
Yeah, it takes up about approximately one lot. So I reviewed all of our past street reconstruction projects, and we have not had precedent on a project with a pump house. So I ran it by our city attorney and sought his opinion on it, and we felt at the time that we would not assess for that property because that was a infrastructure that could not go away. We need that pump house in the future. It's not like a park where we could develop, and that's how we assess for the park. We get 5 lots within the park, and we assess for that. This is a piece of infrastructure that's not going away. We have a well, so we didn't see in his opinion at least, the need to assess for that specific property within the project.
Okay, well, we'll have a conversation about that up here, I guess.
And maybe I'll add one more thing. In our assessment, we're typically on trip generation, so a typical home generates 14 trips per day. And our assessment policy is based on that number of trips per day. And a pump house does not generate nearly the volume of trips. So I would say in that regards, it doesn't equate to what a single-family home generates in the number of trips.
Understood. I'm just thinking about the west side of Arden Park as it borders, what is it up there, Oaklawn or Brookview up there on the west side. I mean, we assessed ourselves for that.
We did.
Part of the park, and
lot.
Really that's not that accessible. And anyway, we'll have that conversation. So I thought another question she raised was a good one, and of course folks are sensitive to this idea that, and appropriately so, that they may be preliminarily assessed $12,000 some odd dollars for the street reconstruction work that's being done, and if there's a street in town that's reinventing itself more than any other street, it's probably Halifax. So she's saying there are 4 construction projects coming up there right now, and the timing of reconstruction was her concern. Why now, with all of the tear down rebuild activity going on Halifax, and how, if we decide that we're going to do this project, how do we go about protecting the street and maintaining its structural integrity with all this tear down rebuild activity going on?
Yeah, why now? I would say we look at the water main issue map. We had 48 dots around there. We have water main issues that need to be addressed, and we have major pavement issues. So while it would be nice to time it with reconstruction projects, I don't know if that's feasible because we really don't know when these remodels are going to happen and rebuilds. We can say we're designing our streets to the weights that are part of construction. Like I mentioned earlier, that most of the damage that occurs on our streets are due to the number of easels generated from garbage trucks with the 5 to 7 different haulers that run up and down the street. So in our opinion, the construction traffic isn't a major contributor to the detriment of the pavement.
Mr. Schilling was wondering why we weren't going to put in new streetlights at 51st and Halifax. He thought that needed a new light, and it would be consistent with everything we've done on 51st as we march further west.
That's an Excel-owned facility versus the other 6 are city-owned. So we did not address any of the other, there's other light poles with a similar Cobra head on a wood pole up the other location on Halifax he had mentioned, but also along 52nd Street. So based on those preliminary surveys, the resident didn't want us to look at the whole system-wide improvements. We're just doing the street ones. If the council so chooses to add that one streetlight, we did talk with Excel. It would be $8,000 to do that one, and that equates to about $35 per REU additional assessment if we did consider that light pole on the corner of Halifax and 51st. So
all right.
$35 per REU.
Stone
And-
monuments.
Yeah.
Yeah, the same.
Questioner wanted to know about stone monuments. I assume they have a cost attached to them. Is that something you considered for any of the entrances into this neighborhood or not at this time?
We considered the one on, I'm going to get it mixed up, either Bruce or Arden that had the gas main issue a few years back where we lost one.
Arden.
We're going to consider putting that one back so they match, so we don't have an unbalanced one. We talked with the neighbors in that area, and we're going to put that one back, but we don't want, we weren't considering putting them on Halifax, just from a maintenance, who's going to maintain them into the future. Going forward, we typically, with any similar to like a retaining wall, we want those at least 5 feet back a curb, and then we want a maintenance agreement with the property owners if they need to. So it comes down to who's going to maintain those in the future, and if we keep putting those around town, we got to keep coming up with maintenance and operation dollars.
Has Halifax ever had a stone monument? Not that I know of, but I don't know.
We may have people here, it sounds like that may have a better answer to that. I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
Another concern Mr. Schilling had was if we adopt this parking on one side of the street only, it would promote the installation of a certain number of no parking signs in a particular block. How many signs were you proposing per block, or how were you going to place the signs?
Yep. So the Minnesota or the MUTCD, the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, suggests a 200-foot spacing. So measuring the blocks, for example, if you went between 52nd and 54th, that's about 1,200 feet long. So you'd have about 6 signs, maybe 5, depending on where they land. And we try to position those on common property lines or out of the view of their picture windows if it's behind a tree or something like that. Similar, if we went north of 52nd, Halifax would have roughly 4, and Arden and Bruce would have about 6 signs. So in that 4 to 6 signs per block.
Okay. Mr. Paulson was wondering, with respect to the proposed assessment, if there was a dollar for dollar, if we had calculated that there would be a dollar for dollar increase in the value of the property, of course referencing the state statute that requires, if we're going to specially assess that there be a corresponding increase in the value of the property assessed. How would you answer that question?
We have that question come up at typically at our final assessment hearing, and the city attorney typically answers it with that it is shown to provide that benefit. We don't do dollar for dollar. We did conduct a study in 2006,
five or
6
six.
that did show that our assessments are within the range of the benefit provided by these street reconstruction projects.
Member Bennett?
Yes, and I think that was one of the issues litigated by some of the residents in Highlands after a reconstruction project there since, believe in about 2008 or 2009, and the city prevailed.
I think that's a good point. And in fact, when that analysis was done back in 05 or 06, I think what the city decided to do at that point in time was to take on, through the utility fund, the installation of the curb and gutter, because it used to be that the residents were assessed for the cost of curb and gutter as well, and that's about 25% of the project cost. So we took that on to make sure that there was a corresponding increase in the property that matched up with the amount of the special assessment for the street only. Mr. Paulson was also concerned that the actions of the council, or prospective actions of the council tonight, would be premature because the Living Streets policy hadn't been adopted. The plan hadn't been adopted by the council, and since the plan had not been adopted, and it won't be submitted to the council until sometime
in 2015. It just seems inappropriate to use their neighborhood as a pilot, I think is what one way you could probably characterize it. What are your thoughts on that?
I would first start out with the 27-foot streets. That is not a pilot. That's something we've done in many neighborhoods. So probably 60% of the streets, 70 in this neighborhood, are going to our city standard. The 24-foot width, we know sidewalks are important. If we did a 27 or even a 30-foot wide street and tried to implement sidewalks along Arden 52nd, we would have some major conflicts, as we talked about, with trees, landscaping, and retaining walls. So I think in this instant, it does benefit the neighborhood to do that 24-foot wide to get that sidewalk in without negatively affecting the context of the neighborhood.
All right.
I have a follow-up on that.
Go ahead, Member Sprague.
So how does it work? Does it work out better, worse, or the same for a pedestrian or a cyclist going down a street that started at 30 and now is at 27 without a facility, without a sidewalk facility?
In my opinion, if I understand your question correctly, so if you're going from a 30-foot to a 27-foot road and limiting parking to one side, I think the facility becomes safer because vehicles are all parked on one side. You have pedestrians are more visible. You have a predictable spot where pedestrians are coming out from between cars, and if they're on the other side, you can see them for the whole block, so it creates a safer environment versus staggering cars where people would be coming out from multiple sides. So again, then the bicyclists would fit within that same corridor of thinking that if they're on the one side, it's definitely safer and more visible.
So you're putting the pedestrian and the cyclist traffic on one side, and that's more visible.
More visible, less conflicts because you don't have parking on both sides and you're not having pedestrians coming from each side versus just one side where that potential conflict could occur.
Sounds like another major benefit is the stormwater impact, because you're talking about 3 feet times how many lineal feet per project per year.
It's a big savings in stormwater. Whenever you can increase that opportunity for water to infiltrate into the turf and keep it out of hard surfaces, going into storm pipes and potentially causing, as we saw in June, storm water flooding. But when that system gets full, it at times ends up in our sanitary sewer, and that's not a benefit for the cost with the Med Council, but it could also back up potential basements, which is what we saw. So anytime we can give that water an opportunity to infiltrate in green space, I think is a benefit to the city and incrementally reduces that risk on all those underground systems.
So the impacts is both to water quality and to water capacity.
It's a total living streets piece. So it's pedestrians, transportation, green space, stormwater, which is exactly what the living streets policy encompasses, all those aspects.
Thank you.
Ms. Lindahl made a suggestion for the folks that she represents that reside at 5233 Minnehaha Boulevard that we keep the street width at 24 feet for the entire distance, both the south segment, as you have it characterized, and the north segment, which is, I think, presently at 27 feet. Why the distinction? I know you covered it in your main presentation, but let's go over that one more time as to why you recommend this difference in street width.
Yeah, I agree. It would be a nice facility along there. I'm just a little concerned with the amount of parking that I've heard from the residents that's needed in the winter. Now, if we don't put in the 27, or if we do, we're potentially only getting 15 spots. Is there room around the neighborhood to park further away? I guess the downside is those folks that are using the park would have to walk a little further to get to the park, or they park on the west side of the creek. So that was just a tough one, and I decided to err on the side of having just a little bit more flexibility going forward, but I would be fine with the 24-foot, the entire width, and agree with many of the benefits that she discussed.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you have any other questions you need answered, Mayor?
I was just going to look at one other page here. I think Mr. Gandrud, on behalf of the Mortensons, raised the issue of pulling the alley out of the improvement plan for now and addressing some of the issues that are peculiar to alleys in a separate session. Since we have so few of them, really, what would be the best thing to do here? He suggested a possible vacation might be something that we want to consider. where the property goes back to the property from whence it came, could become a private alley. On the other hand, it sounded like what you were proposing to do now was some minimal improvement that wouldn't involve an assessment for the neighborhood. We could still come back and take a look at a alley policy relative to living streets, or even address a vacation issue at some point in the future. There's nothing about what's going on here tonight that would preclude us from doing that, is there?
I would agree with that. No, nothing we're doing here. It's just a minimal pavement just to keep public works guys out of there, keep fixing that gravel area and dealing with that storm sewer storm issue of drainage and that erosion and sediment that ends up in the storm sewer. So,
and that drainage issue is one that affects one of the neighbors.
Yep.
That abuts the alley. Okay.
Correct.
Did any of the other council members have questions that came up in their notes that I might have missed? Otherwise, we could start a conversation about this proposed project, because it is interesting with the living streets elements. It's something that requires some careful thought, and I know everybody's given it.
I have a comment.
Member Brindle?
Thanks. This is not the first reconstruction project that we've implemented or considered implementing various elements of the Living Streets plan. We did adopt the overall policy. It is something that's in process, but the elements of the plan as it will be when it's complete are well known and have been, continue to be vetted, continue to be considered. So please rest assured that this is not something we're trying in your neighborhood by any means. This is very methodically being developed, and when a street is reconstructed, a group of streets in a neighborhood are being reconstructed to not implement elements of a plan that we believe is, and the state, for that matter, believes in complete streets, is a benefit to how we handle stormwater, to how we provide access for bikes and pedestrians and safe access for cars. It would be short-sighted for us to do this project and not implement some of the elements that just make sense to implement at this point. So it's a timing issue, but not something that we're looking at lightly at all. I have a couple of questions. If I can just go into my questions, is that okay?
Sure.
Do you have something? Well, I just wanted to add one more point I wanted to add that was in my list is the with the 24-foot wide streets. We have a neighborhood to the north of 50th Street that has 23-foot wide streets that have been functioning since the 1920s, with parking on one side, with sidewalks. So I just want to make everybody aware this isn't the first facility of its kind in town. We do have other streets that have functioned like this. So just wanted to add that. I didn't mention it earlier.
Could you identify the street, please?
Arden, Bruce, Drexel, Casco, Moreland, all those north of 50th.
Well, I was going to mention that in Country Club, the streets are narrow. I think probably the narrowest of all of them is Sunnyside, in that area where you lived, where the closer you get to the end of Sunnyside, it just narrows and narrows, to the point where I don't think you can park on it. But Minnehaha Boulevard, I would like to have a discussion about keeping that 24 feet all along. Currently, there is parking on the park side, correct, of Minnehaha Boulevard? Okay, so if parking places are not made available on the opposite side of the street, where do cars park if their parking is full? Where do they go now to park?
There's no parking lot for that park.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
No, I'm answering you.
Yeah.
So you asked where, I'm answering. Yeah,
Well,
you're right. There's
I mean,
no
they
parking
park
lot.
on 54th, they park wherever they find a spot. So do we anticipate that parking is needed, that we will need to expand parking? Or, I mean, why are we considering making parking available on the opposite side?
We've had the discussion with the parks. You know, they're working on a parks master plan, and that may identify where more parking is needed.
Okay.
So again, we're just a little above that project. There was talking with the person that puts on activities in the park. They don't think they could go either way on it. They don't see a huge demand for parking down there. So it was just a thought that we could potentially have the opportunity in the future for extra spots. But it's not there today. And
Okay,
maybe the
so-
master planning determines that it needs a parking lot, and they construct
Just a
one in the
minute.
future near the playground area or on the other side. Potentially, that's all going to get worked out with their master planning. But current activities down there, they don't see the need for a parking lot.
Right, and it's not a heavily programmed park.
It is not a
It's a
heavily
neighborhood
programmed-
park along the creek. It doesn't have fields.
Correct.
It does have a hockey rink and a warming house.
It does have a hockey rink and a
Mhm.
warming house?
And a free skating rink.
Okay. Right, right. Yeah, I knew there is parking above the hill. Okay. All right. Okay, sure.
I do note that in the minutes of the park board discussion of this, that one of the park board members asked about the widening of the street, commenting on the tendency for traffic on Minnehaha to want to speed. And Mr. Muse explained that it would be made narrower in some areas. So I think there was not support on the park board for widening it, but there was support for trying to recognize and reduce speeds on the roadway.
I'm going to make a motion to approve BA 4112 as designed. I think it's important for us to take care of the alley. We do have sewer up there, and we have a drainage problem up there, and we certainly have someone at that area that has a drainage problem. I'm comfortable with the widths of the street. I'm comfortable with 4 feet of sidewalk over on Arden as a solution. I'm comfortable with the cul-de-sacs. The only thing I'm disappointed in is that they didn't want lighting changes in the neighborhood. I think it really does add to the look of a neighborhood. But I think that the staff has worked really hard on this project and with the neighborhood, and I think it's a good solution, and I support it. And I make a motion to approve it. Wait a minute.
I'll second it for discussion.
Okay.
And I would you accept 2, I think, friendly amendments that would follow Member Brindle's comments and keep the entire width of Minnehaha at 24 with the parking on the park side where there will be sidewalk. And then the second would be that on the 27-foot wide streets to not restrict parking to one side of the street, at least initially. We do have 27-foot wide streets in the city where parking is on both sides. The 27-foot segment on Minnehaha was recommended for parking on both sides. So I would like to try to accommodate parking on both sides, at least initially, and move to parking on one side if residents feel it's necessary.
I would rather do the flip on parking on both sides, because I really think that unless you experience having full sight lines going down a street with parking restricted to one side, you don't really realize how much safer that is for walking children and tricycles and anything like that. So the only way to experience that is to have that. So I think it's really important for those neighborhoods to have that experience of having parking on one side. You know, they can come back and make a request to change it later on, but I would be way more comfortable having them have the experience of it to understand why it works so well. Okay, that's my reaction to that. So, and Minnehaha, I would feel really bad if we had to put a parking lot into that park because we didn't have enough parking on the street. So to Chad's idea, and I like less wide streets. I live on one, and I think it's really important for water runoff. But that is a very large, unnatural area, and so the last thing I want to do is have a parking shortage on the street because we built it 24 wide, and then have to build some sort of parking lot within the park.
But wouldn't the concerns about safety be even more significant on Minnehaha with the curvature in the road.
We have a
the
sidewalk.
adjacency, yes,
8-foot
that the
sidewalk.
adjacency to the park, the number of vehicles. So
It's a 28, it has a 28 mile an hour speed, average speed on that road. This isn't a...
It's very narrow.
Yeah.
Member Sprague, your comments?
I'm
With regard to
comfortable.
what Member Bennett is suggesting?
I'm comfortable with the project as designed. I was disappointed too with the lighting choice because I think an opportunity was lost, not only for functional lighting for pedestrians, but for the neighborhood aesthetic, rather than just kind of being a random smattering of upscale lights.
Well, let me understand that, please, because it was explained to us that we would work with the lighting fixtures that were owned by the city and not by Excel. Is that what you're talking about?
Right, but the other lights could have been upgraded as an assessed cost, no?
Well, they certainly could at an assessed cost.
Okay, so that's all I'm saying is there was not support within the neighborhood to do more of a total replacement, and I'm saying there's a loss of functionality and a loss of aesthetic. I think it's just a little... They didn't ask that? They didn't ask within the scope? Okay. Well, there's one concern, but apart from that...
Well, I mean, that's certainly something that we can ask right now, is that engineering take a look at what it would take to upgrade the Excel lights.
We know, it's $8,000 a light.
It's $35 per person per light, per REU per light.
Well, I guess we'd like a schedule then of how that's going to change the cost, so then we can take a look at it.
We wouldn't be able to preliminarily assess this matter tonight.
We can't.
Oh, okay. All right, it would put it off.
But
It would put
we
it
could
off.
come back and revisit the lighting issue.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's do that.
I just think, you've got 6 lights done, and then you have this random smattering over the lights, and look at the character of that neighborhood and how it
Well,
would...
I mean, we're not saying this one's owned by Excel and this one's owned by the
Right.
city, and that's why they're different. So I understand the how come that one's so nice and that one's not
Right.
aspect of it.
And
I
there's
do
no
understand
there's
that.
no uniformity as you walk down one street or another, so it's a little odd. But apart from that, I'm in support of the project. I was concerned about departing from the 5-foot sidewalk standard, but we have some special conditions on Arden and not enough right-of-way to do it without losing the boulevard. And its impacts is what we're going to run into. Not we have enough right-of-way, we're just running into impacts. And I guess if in the future, if Arden Minnehaha is designated as a walk shed, as a local connector, and we need to plow it, we decide to take that responsibility on, we'll have to get a different machine. Rather than trying to design the entire neighborhood around our plow, we should be flexible and roll with it. So the neighborhood, because of the proximity to Minnehaha, is an important, a very important project from the water quality and capacity perspective, and I think those were articulated clearly in the Living Streets policy, which has already been adopted. We've been following those practices in other neighborhoods for many years, even with Director Houle, who preceded you, and so I don't think it's out of context here for us to be approving this without the final on the Living Streets plan. So. But the other thing is, coming back to, this is a little off topic, but coming back to the final design that engineering puts out to bid, I do think that should come back to council for as a consent agenda item. We haven't always done that, so sometimes we don't know the final design that's going out to bid, and I think it would behoove us to have that on consent agendas before they go out to bid.
Member Brindle, your thoughts?
As to this last idea from Member Sprague, that's fine with me. We discuss a lot of things here when we make a motion, and it's nice to have one more look at it. I have to admit that I think, well, France Avenue is one example of a project that started and we went, whoa, I don't think we really saw the final on that. And it doesn't change that we're behind it. We just feel like we're responsible for it. And therefore, it feels better to have that one last look and nod to just make sure that it is what we expected it to be. Not that it's not. I mean, we trust you for sure.
Yeah.
But that, yeah, I would agree with that.
One thing we didn't talk much about was the mix of opinion on Halifax with regard to this particular sidewalk issue on the west side.
I took it out because that's a different vote. That has a different level for passage. So it seemed to me if someone wanted to bring that up as a motion after this, that would make sense. But it shouldn't be as part of a vote that needs a 4-1 to pass.
Well, that's correct. But we didn't, well, we can have a separate
We
conversation about
really
that on a
didn't.
separate motion.
We really didn't talk about it.
Oh, no, I thought that opportunity would come after we voted on this.
When we vote on the PACS issue, we can take two votes here.
Sure.
One on the project
Sure.
and then one on the sidewalk assessment issue. Member Bennett?
I do feel seriously enough about the two things that I mentioned that I'm going to withdraw my second and allow Member Sprague or somebody else to make the second. And if I might comment, or I can pause and allow the second to be.
I'll second.
Okay. I've been working with traffic calming and other traffic-related issues since the 90s and officially since 2003 with the first Transportation Commission. And one of the things, a lot of the things that are in front of us tonight I think are really, really good, solid improvements and moving toward streets that really will be safer for all users. I think that this question of the parking and how we move people along to understanding multimodal, I think there's been some compromise made with the neighborhood, and this is one more place to make a compromise, both in keeping one thing consistent or keeping two things consistent in different directions. And consistency is actually not my goal. I think that the driving experience is best one where someone's really alert. Especially in residential neighborhoods. You're watching for children, you're watching for pedestrians, you're watching for people backing out of their driveways. If you're on a curve, as on Minnehaha Boulevard, you don't want to be trying to take in too much information as you're backing out, and that's why I think that keeping parking on one side really makes sense. Keeping parking on two sides in those other in the other streets at 27-foot width, I think also makes sense, because the idea that one side would be just dedicated to pedestrians and cyclists and one side vehicles when we know the neighborhoods are lightly parked, I think that idea that people are going to have that heightened sense of awareness, be watching, as well as having the convenience of the parking in front of their homes, at this point, which is something that we heard even in testimony this evening. People said I could support the narrower street, but I'd like to be able to try to keep parking on two sides. So I feel like it would be both responsive to that, but also fit within the other principles we'd followed and follow those other traffic calming principles of, yes, you want people to be aware at all times of where they are, where their vehicle is, and where everybody else is around them. So thanks, Member Sprague, for coming in on the second to that, but I do oppose those two parts of the design.
Member Brindle, did you have another comment?
Yes, I have a comment about the 27-foot width on the interior streets, and I happen to agree with Member Bennett. I have stood at 5 o'clock on Indianola and Juanita, and at 5 o'clock there is a car there, and there's a car there. There are a few parked on the street, and that's people coming home from work. That's a busy time of day on many streets. In this quiet neighborhood, this is not a busy time of day. I'm not worried about pedestrians on the street at that time. There are few enough cars. The streets are 2 blocks long, and the cars just don't get going at a speed that it's dangerous to be on the street. And so I don't mind parking on both sides. I'm okay with narrowing the street to 27, but I don't see a reason to not park both sides.
Mayor, if I might. And as to the issue regarding the intersection with 50th, I think we do have laws on parking back from an intersection and back from a stop sign. And I think if those laws are enforced, if vehicles are observing those distances, then I think those sight lines at that busier intersection will be preserved.
She gave the perfect example of why you would want a sidewalk, however, going up Bruce to 50th. I thought that was interesting.
All right. So as one of my colleagues mentioned, there's so much about this project that is so good. This neighborhood is going to be generally enhanced in the process. When I think about street width, I think there's a lot of comfort in what's always been there. But when I think about how Country Club functions relative to this particular neighborhood in terms of speed, right now, over the years, I guess I've felt that Arden, south of 50th, I feel like the traffic moves too fast, especially when they can get down towards the bottom and kind of sling around down by the Wheaton House towards the park. Or when you're coming down Bruce, you can kind of sling around Bruce onto Bruce Place and then down to the corner by former Mayor Metzold's house. That same thing happens on Halifax. That I feel like the speeds are higher than we'd want to see on Halifax. So the narrowing of the streets, especially when we have a point of reference in Country Club, in Arden, for example, where the street is narrower and coincidentally parked only on one side of the street, things function very well. So I know when I go to visit friends on Arden, if they're on the east side of the street, I've got to turn around and park on the west side of the street. It isn't an inconvenience, and I think the neighbors have gotten used to that over time. We've got a distinct difference of opinion here on the council. We need a 4-1 vote to affirm or move forward with the project. So I think right now we're hung up on this issue of parking on one side of the street or both sides of the street, because there seems to be some uniformity of opinion on the street width. And I would just comment that, narrowing 52nd either direction, west of the alley or east of the alley, to 24 feet seems to me to be another effective way to start to think about slowing down traffic on 52nd Street. That might be a street where you'd only want to allow parking on one side. But nonetheless, our council is going to have to figure out a way to get to this project with a 4/5 vote. So we've got this issue of, I don't think it's so much the issue of 24 feet all the way up Minnehaha Parkway. Is that an issue for both of you?
I prefer the narrower width on Minnehaha, as has been recommended for Arden and has been recommended for Halifax, all three of which will have sidewalks.
And Brindle, what are your thoughts on the Minnehaha Boulevard north segment, south segment, 24 feet versus 27 feet or 24 feet all the way?
Well, I'd like to see it 24 feet all the way. It just in the character of what it is. Arden Park is a neighborhood park. Most of the activity in that park, I don't live in that neighborhood. I'm going to take a stab that most of the activity in that park comes from the neighborhood and not from people who come to that neighborhood to go to Arden Park. Now, where that is true, that people come to that park, are people who use the creek. They may park there, use the creek, and come back to it, to their car. But when I have been at Arden Park, I have not seen it fully parked. Mm-hmm. I haven't seen it fully parked.
All right.
Member Bennett threw out an idea about going with parking on both sides of the street on those two streets, and then seeing how it functions, and then we could come back later to the no parking. Is that what I heard you say earlier?
On the 27 width street.
One parking.
To
That's,
keep parking on both sides on the
And then we're just
27.
talking about Juanita and Indianola.
Those are the only streets that are recommended
Gorgas
to
is 27,
go to.
Gorgas too.
Yeah.
Gorgas.
Gorgas, Indianola, and Juanita
Yeah,
are all at 27,
right.
Oh.
and Bruce.
You're allowed parking on both sides of Bruce?
Excuse me.
There may be an issue with Gorgas because it's a cul-de-sac. I'm recalling the discussion with respect to the Sidell development on Morningside Road, but the other streets are all through streets. So I would, subject to comment by Public Works, I wouldn't want to be making a recommendation public safety.
If we didn't have parking capacity on Minnehaha Boulevard by the park, it strikes me that most people would move up 52nd to park, heading eastbound probably. So I could live with this 24-foot dimension on Minnehaha Boulevard if that's going to make the situation work. I think there's valid opinions on both sides of the parking on one side of the street only issue relative to the 27-foot streets.
So
let's talk about that a
you
little bit more.
You would want to have a 24-foot street on Minnehaha with parking on one side, where we have a park, where we actually have public use, and yet you want to have parking on both sides and on 27-foot streets. I find that kind of confusing.
It's a question of the configuration of the street, a question of people's sight lines trying to back out of their driveways.
No, I get
it's
that.
A question
but
of
no,
all the
the Minnehaha part is what I find more in conflict than how you feel about.
And I'm making the compare and contrast. Minnehaha is a curving road that has some issue towards speeding, that country road feel where people want to pick up their speed. This was called out at the park board discussion of it. There's parking available the whole length of the park.
26.
Uninterrupted. It's uninterrupted by driveways. It's uninterrupted.
It's 26 miles per hour on Minnehaha. It's perceived, I understand, but the actual is not speeding.
Right, but
It's really a parking accommodation to me.
Yeah. Well, and it is to me, which why I'm more concerned about it.
What do we hear
because
the most of
park.
around neighborhood parks is underparked.
Right.
Parking flowing into the neighborhood, and we're creating that situation.
Those are not neighborhood parks. I will differ with you on that. Those are not neighborhood parks. Those are programmed parks for soccer.
Those are neighborhood parks, so they're in a neighborhood. Countryside is a neighborhood
but they're
park.
programmed parks with hundreds of kids showing up for soccer, and that's where the parking flows into the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
That is not this park.
You've got a hockey rink, though. There's some
Go by
traffic.
this park in the winter.
But
That's
you
when
have-
it's parked.
Right, but you do have parking available on both sides of the park, which you don't have in some park configurations. You have parking that's actually closer to the warming house that has a pathway down to it.
So the
If we
20.
were, go ahead, member Sprague.
I was going to
finish
say,
your thought.
for engineering, the 27 feet, is that to build in for future capacity in case parking's not added to the park, or what was the general driver?
Correct.
Exactly.
Yep.
It's
Yep,
just
that's
in
what he
case there
said.
was needed extra parking at the park, we could provide approximately 15 additional stalls in the future. So I guess it's the risk analysis whether or not those 15 people could park, like the mayor suggested, potentially at 52nd, they'd have to walk a little further, or up Arden or Bruce. That's the weighted, that's what you gotta.
I would risk
debate.
over parking a park, not under parking. I mean,
It's not going to, what your argument is, it's not going to increase the speed of the roadway because we widened it by 3 feet to accommodate extra parking.
it's a planning issue, really.
So the plan is a better way to do it than leaving it 24 feet all the way.
Correct.
I get that. I mean, that would be where my heart and mind would lie if we didn't have this issue of the 4/5 vote.
Where I'm really, however, having difficulty with this is if 27 feet is adequate to park users on both sides on a curving tree-lined road, how can 27 feet not be adequate to park people on both sides on quiet, low-volume neighborhood streets.
The example of using extra parking was made that it would be used and signed only when it was needed. So if it's only a winter issue, or if it's only then it's easy. You can't park on that side of the street on Minnehaha except during these months and these hours, or whatever it is that you have an issue. Because you're right, there's a lot of times, Mary, that park doesn't need a lot of parking next to it. It only needs 6, 7. But there's times that there's a soccer practice, or in the winter is when I see it used the most for parking, other than, obviously the art fair, and we don't need to park for that, so.
I would defer.
Could you give us an example, Director Milner, of a 27-foot street that allows parking on both sides?
The whole Minnehaha Woods neighborhood, Richmond Hills neighborhood,
Yep.
Pamela Park, all those are 27-foot streets,
Yep.
parking on both sides. Every project, we've done a full curb and gutter replacement since, 2008, St. John's neighborhood. So all those are parking on both sides.
So the Living Streets plan is a departure from that standard, in that you're putting parking on one side to try to improve safety for other modes.
Correct, providing that additional space for other users other than the automobile.
The plan that we asked for is trying to be implemented here for
Right.
that principle. So
Right.
if you're saying that principle doesn't apply, then I guess you're going to want to change your plan going forward. Because he just told you the city standard in these other streets that they've been doing is 27 parking on both sides. If that's not adequate in planning for all modes, and we're going to implement the Living Streets plan, then you have to start to adopt the principle.
There's also the question of context sensitivity, which has been always part of the plan, remembering that we're not seeing
Right.
the implementation plan in final form. And to Member Swenson's point, you also do look at existing conditions, and where you have volumes, where you have speeds lower. I don't think you're having, yes, safety is a paramount consideration, but it's one of the factors that gets considered in addition to other factors. And if you're not making something unsafe by permitting the parking on both sides, and there are the majority of the streets that Director Milner mentioned, it's not diminishing the safety of it. I think there are other benefits to the reducing of the width of the pavement, including all the stormwater benefits we've been talking about, and actually the cluster of reports is at this end of the neighborhood. So I think there are good, solid reasons to be making the width recommendations that are being made. It's a question of what conditions are going to accompany that width reduction.
Mayor, can I suggest we vote on the motion, and then if that fails, which it sounds like it might, then may I propose a second one?
Let me ask Member Brindle and Member Bennett one other question. So what Member Swenson is suggesting is that, Member Sprague as well, is that we adopt a Living Streets plan with the notion being that you add parking on one side, or I guess they can park on both sides now, but it become in the future parking on one side, with the notion being that you could add more parking if you needed to because there was pressure to do so. Is that easier or harder to do than to let them continue to park on both sides now and then decide you want to try to take some of that away at some future time after the roadways have been reconstructed?
Oh, I think it's always harder to take it away.
Yeah.
It's always harder to take it away.
Yeah.
That's why I thought I'd like to at least try it for a year with it on one side and see how it functions.
So we're going to make a commitment to come back in a year and study this?
I can make a commitment to come back in a year.
On our own motion, a commitment to come back.
I'll accept that friendly amendment too.
It can be part of the motion.
I think we did something like this on Lake Harvey when we narrowed that, and we added the rain garden, and we were going to come back and get a report on how it was functioning, because I think there was some concern.
We haven't gotten a report on how.
Well, there you go. We better get one on this one, though.
Well, we also went to 18 feet on Lake Harvey, and it was a serious water quality issue. So, and we couldn't narrow it as much as was originally discussed because of considerations like emergency vehicle access.
Right.
Question about whether or not there would be parking. Yes, parking is limited to one side, but the other side is like
My
Harvey.
point was the report back was a condition. That's all. That's all.
Right, but the conditions, it was a very different situation in terms of the parameters and the needs and the configuration. Housing just on one side.
If we're going to implement elements of this plan, and we want to see how it works, but we're wise enough to think that there may be one element that doesn't work, and that's the parking on one side versus two sides. The notion of coming back in a year and looking at it seems like a logical, reasonable sort of approach.
I think it would give
We
us
could
a
even
lot
come
of
back. We could even
information.
come back earlier on the motion of the neighborhood, as far as I'm concerned.
If that need be, but I'd like to get it built, and I'd like to get.
It's completely under your control.
Yeah.
Well, and the intent of the Living Streets Plan is not that every street will look exactly the same.
Absolutely.
It is that the elements of the plan would be employed in context with what makes sense in one area versus another. You're certainly not going to have a sidewalk in every street, and you're not going to change parking on every street, and you're not going to narrow every street. It's in context with what makes sense with the area.
Would you be comfortable coming back and looking at it in a year?
If we got three more of these, and we've been going almost 3 hours on this one. So if it gets us to bed before 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, I think we better do that.
I think, though, that I am not going to be able to support it even coming back in a year. I think the change to 27 feet is great. I support that. I don't support that, combining that with moving to a restriction on one side. I think it's moving a fair piece down the road to go to 27 feet.
Because I know that you have been an ardent proponent of the Living Streets plan.
I have been, and I am.
So I'm wondering, because this is our first foray into this, why you are thinking the way you're thinking, and will that affect? Is this something you want to adjust all the way through the Living Streets plan to allow parking on both sides, or do you see it as peculiar to particular situations based on projects that we have arise on a one-off basis?
I think context sensitivity to this neighborhood. We obviously have some issues with stormwater, which the reduction of the pavement width is going to address. We have some issues with need for sidewalk. Retrofitting is always tough. I think staff has done a great job of designing around that. And as a result, there are variable recommendations for street width, some to 24 where there's going to be sidewalk, some to 27. And actually, this idea of this inconsistency with parking on one side actually got created during the presentation today when we're talking about 27 feet on Minnehaha Boulevard with parking to allow parking on two sides, but then a reduction to parking on one side with 27 feet elsewhere. And that doesn't make sense to me. And so I appreciate what staff has done. I appreciate what the people working on Living Streets implementation plan have done. And I think, again, this addresses a lot of those concerns, but I can't support that inconsistency in what is being recommended this evening.
You could argue that the context sensitivity of it is right on the mark with respect to providing additional parking near a park at 27 feet and allowing parking on both sides of the street, and that the context sensitivity with respect to Juanita, Indianola, Gorgas, and Bruce would be completely context sensitive to provide for parking on only one side of the street when your street's 27 feet wide. I mean, I can see both sides of this is what I'm getting at.
One more piece of information for your context is, however, the driveways on Minnehaha Boulevard are very long. Those are very deep lots. And the residents on that street have the ability to park vehicles off the street. When you get north onto Juanita and Indianola, those are streets with small, shallower lots, and there is not the ability to park cars one behind another or vehicles in a driveway the way that you can on Minnehaha Boulevard. So going to parking on one side of the street only on Juanita and Indianola will have an impact that's different than moving to parking on one side of the street on Minnehaha, with the idea that the parking on the two sides of the street is going to be for park use. So that's...
Can I call the question, please?
Yeah, you can.
It's a non-debatable motion. Got a called question. We have all those in favor of calling the question, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Carried. We have a motion and a second to adopt the plan as stated with the,
With the addition of a review on one side, parking to be done within a year after the project is built.
on the 27-foot wide streets.
Mm-hmm.
And where are we with Minnehaha?
It's as
It would
designed.
be
at
as designed,
27
24 feet, 27 feet.
for park capacity. If the use were the same, it'd be different, but it's not.
And it's currently parked on one side. Unless
Just a roll call?
Yep.
We need 4/5 on that motion. Roll call, please.
Member Brindle.
You want to wait?
I'll go last. I have to mull.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Nay.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye.
Get it done.
Thank you, Mary.
All right.
Let's move on.
We got to do the sidewalks vote, PAX vote.
Yeah, we got to
You
do the
wanna-
sidewalk vote.
Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah,
I'll move the sidewalks as proposed.
I'll second.
got a motion and a second to approve the construction of the sidewalks as proposed for the Arden Park D neighborhood roadway reconstruction project.
We already did the sidewalks. It's only Halifax I think you would be voting on because that wasn't part of the project. The sidewalks were part of this
were
project,
in the
correct?
project.
Yes.
All right.
So it's
You
only
wanna
if
withdraw
you're
that-
going to
You want to
build.
withdraw that motion?
I will.
Okay. Okay.
Is there any, let me ask it this way, is there anyone that wishes to bring forth a motion with respect to the proposed sidewalk on the west side of Halifax between 54th and 52nd?
Nope.
You know what, I really appreciate the resident request for a sidewalk. We would love residents to request sidewalks. And they have to make sense. There is a sidewalk on the other side of Halifax. And looking at other neighborhoods and where we put in sidewalks, if there is a sidewalk available on the other side of the street, we are likely not going to sidewalk both sides of that street unless it's 50th Street, it's Vernon, it's 70th. It's a wide street with a lot of traffic. Now, Halifax has a lot of traffic, but with the other priorities that we have for the pedestrian and cycle safety fund, I think it has to take a back seat. And maybe we can watch as we're going to watch other things, but I think for now I would not support doing that sidewalk now.
All right, I think that was well said. I personally like the idea of sidewalks on both sides of Halifax. I think it's a neighborhood that can sustain them. I think it's a mistake, actually, that there's no high sidewalks going on Indianola and Juanita. I think it would enhance the value of your property significantly, being that close to 50th and France. But nonetheless, I agree with Member Brindle that we've passed a sidewalk plan, and this isn't in that plan, at least not in the foreseeable future. And we've got other areas we need to do first: active routes to school, active routes to parks, and then some of the busier streets. So we don't have a motion coming forward on the Halifax matter, but thanks for bringing it to our attention and thinking about it. It was a good notion, and worthy of more conversation. So we're on to the second public hearing this evening. Staff presentation with regard to Countryside H neighborhood roadway improvements.
Yeah.
Mayor, can I get one clarification? Were we to address anything with the lighting on that last?
Say that again, please.
Were we to address anything on the lighting on that last project?
No.
Okay.
We may, I think there's a sentiment of the council that we may want to readdress this.
We'll leave it up to you to think about that from a timing standpoint.
Well, wait a second. The neighbor said that that issue wasn't addressed within the project area. So I wonder if we shouldn't go back and ask how they would feel about that as a...
I think it was addressed.
Well, we asked the question, was it adequate? And they said yes. There wasn't a
Yeah, it was in the questionnaire.
It was in the questionnaire. So when I heard a little comments that it was a missed opportunity, my thoughts are, do we go back and have a further questionnaire? Do you want to replace your lights for an additional assessment of anywhere from $2,000 to $4,000 for the light? So I didn't hear that in your motions that you want us to look at lighting. So I'm going to
why two to 4,000? It was 35 per light, and there's like 8 or 9 other lights.
That was just one, and it was right next to a service spot. If we did the whole neighborhood, you'd have to tie that in all together with a service cabinet. And typically what we've seen in the past is that it's total assessment of in that 1,500 to maybe 4,000 additional assessments. Because it's a pretty big price tag. But I didn't hear that in your motion.
So it was known within the feasibility study that 6 of the city lights would be proposed for replacement.
Correct.
Before the survey went out to ask.
Right.
Yep.
Or was that after?
That was talked about at neighborhood meetings. It wasn't in the original questionnaire.
That was after, right?
6 lights.
That's what I'm saying. If it was after, maybe we should go back and see if they.
We did share it with the neighborhood at meetings after. That.
Okay, so the incremental was shared, and there was a no-go from their perspective.
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
I'm not asking you to go back for the lighting. That wasn't, my comment was more, I always think it's a missed opportunity. The favorite things I have on my street is my one street light. I wish I had 2. It's very attractive. There are 3 down by Concord School. They got more. I'm jealous. But it's just one of those things that I think actually enhances the neighborhood. And when we're going through and doing street reconstruction, it's something we can do that really, I think, calls out and makes the street special. So it was more of a comment that I'm sorry that people don't have a value for it. That was all.
All right. Thanks for the clarification.
Well, you know, it's a great issue. I think it's maybe getting riper as we move along here, because we've had some missed opportunities for improved lighting in Highlands, for example. But when you're preliminarily assessing people in the $10,000-$12,000 range, to ask them to step up for a little bit more was, it's difficult. It's like we used to have that problem with sidewalks.
Correct.
We did not do some sidewalk segments. Cornelia comes to mind because of the additional assessment, and so it kind of begs the question: should that franchise fee that we collect for sidewalks also include lighting? And maybe we should bump it up a little bit. I don't know, but I think it's something that we should have a council conversation about, because some of these neighborhoods, lighting is really important and would be a great enhancer to the quality of life in those neighborhoods.
We've requested an evaluation that goes further than the current evaluation, that actually looks to the adequacy and the safety of the lighting that's currently provided, and I think that could philosophically be covered with PACs. I think when it comes to changing out the pattern of fixtures with something that's more aesthetically pleasing, that's something that's harder to justify when there are all the needs for sidewalk facilities around the city.
Yeah,
So
my base assumption would be that the aesthetics would be a nice part of it, but that in the context of improving the aesthetics, you'd inherently improve the safety and visibility created by those lights with the modern lights that we have. So, good point, though.
Within Arden, you would therefore say, as part of 52nd Street sidewalk or the Arden sidewalk, should we add this acorn lighting style? Because there are fixtures that were left out that were on 52nd, for instance. So we didn't tie it in through that context of PACs into this project. So going forward on those corridors, maybe that is something that needs to be considered as an item.
We're going to look at the lighting issue as part of the Living Streets implementation plan. We know it's an issue, so we'll be coming back to council for input.
All right.
I just appreciate the clarification. I just wanted to make sure we were.
This is iterative. Thank you.
Yes. Mayors and members of the council, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we have some new staff members on board this year in the past 8 months. I want to introduce 2 of them right now that worked on these next few projects. Pat Rossi is our assistant city engineer, began in April, and Andrew Scipione is one of our new engineering technicians. So Pat will be presenting the next 3 projects for you this evening.
All right, good. Thanks, Director Milner. Matt, welcome.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, glad to be here tonight to present.
And Andrew as well. Welcome.
So our next three public hearings, we're going to start out with the Countryside H Neighborhood Roadway Improvements, BA 413. And the project details or overview. This project was initiated as part of the city's neighborhood reconstruction program by city staff based on the condition of the pavements. There are 154 properties within the Countryside H project area, 1.94 miles of roadway that accounts for 29,608 square yards of street pavement. Utilities within the project area, including 16 existing fire hydrants and 23 existing gate valves. Start with the existing utilities. Start from the bottom up. So our water main system, we have cast iron and ductile iron pipes that are in good condition. Since the Public Works Department has been tracking break records back in the late 80s, we have only one service repair that was conducted on the water main system. But we have the old fire hydrants. They're not the current city standard with the stores nozzles. And the gate valves are nearing the end of their lives. We want to make sure that in the future they're capable of operating when needed. So our proposed water main improvements, we will be replacing all the gate valves within the project area, upgrading our hydrants to the city standard with the double stores nozzle, and we'll also be verifying appropriate hydrant spacing, as Director Milner mentioned, at about 350 feet throughout the project area. The existing sanitary sewer, we have clay pipes throughout this project area. They're in fair condition. We've looked at the video inspections of the majority of the pipelines. We have an example here of an actual picture taken from Olinger Circle, and you get a feel for some of the defects there, the cracked pipe, and you can see some infiltration occurring through those defects in the pipe there. In this particular neighborhood, we know that we have high groundwater levels, so when we have pipe defects, we do see groundwater infiltration. And additionally, there's the localized sanitary defects. We have root intrusions that we've noticed in the video inspections and the incrustation of mineral deposits. Those account for the majority of the problems here. Our proposed sanitary sewer improvements will be doing spot trunk repairs. So in the areas that are collapsed or we have extremely separated joints, we'll be doing some excavations, making the repairs there. But the majority of the repairs will be done with this cured in place pipe that we've discussed with the earlier project tonight, where a new liner is inserted in the existing line and accessed only through the existing manholes within the project. Also be replacing the manhole castings, and when we readjust those manholes, we put a watertight chimney seal on the castings so that the rings are not susceptible to groundwater infiltration. The existing storm sewer details, we have some localized surface drainage issues due to broken curb, disjointed curb. We also have issues that have been identified in our comprehensive water resources plan that was prepared a few years ago. And some of these areas of concern have been verified by the resident comments with our questionnaire that's sent out to all the residents. I'll start with a brief discussion of area HL18. And HL is standing for Hawks Lake. It's in the backyards between Benton and Grove on the north and south, and Stewart and Tracy to the east. We have a series of pipes that run through a depression in the backyard, and a low area in the backyard that also has inlets for the runoff from the homes in the backyard. And the Water Resources Plan identified this as a potential location of structural flooding. Additionally, to the north and west, we have drainage area HL26. It's at the intersection of Merrill Drive and Wycliffe, where we both have street and structural flooding. The Comprehensive Water Resources Plan indicates that on the proverbial 100-year event, the street intersection there can flood with as much as 4 to 5 feet of water at that intersection. And then lastly, we have area MD15 down to the south and west of Hawks Lake and bound by Amy Drive to the north, Sun to the south, Olinger Road on the west. And this is it's a wet pond. It's a backyard drainage area. We've identified through the help of the comprehensive plan that there's potentially one home that's subject to structural flooding there. So our proposed storm sewer improvements, we're going to make modifications to the existing drainage system, the surface issues by improving the curb where it's disjointed, improving inlets and possibly increasing the number of inlets. We'll be installing the sump drain pipes where feasible. These drain lines that have been installed in Edina for a number of years now for residents to connect their sump pump discharges to. We'll also be looking at possible stormwater treatment and possible improvements to the comprehensive plan areas that we just went through briefly. And I say possibly because we're working with our consultant that has prepared our comprehensive water resources plan to design some fixes, if you will, to these problem areas, and we'll be reviewing the proposed fixes early next week and then meeting with the watershed organization, 9 Mile Creek, later on next week. The roadway details, our streets in this project area were originally constructed in the 1960s, so approaching 50 years or greater in age. All of the streets have curb and gutter. Some of it's the B6 stand-up style curb, some of it's surmountable. The average pavement condition index in this neighborhood is 4 out of 100, with the Edina average being 51. The existing streets from the face of the curb to the face of the curb are all 30 feet. Some of the areas have existing sidewalks, and there are recommended sidewalks through the active routes to school plan within this neighborhood. So our proposed roadway improvements, we recycle the existing pavement section and we make a recycled gravel material out of the bituminous in place top surfacing and the material that's beneath the road surface. In this area, I believe we have about 4 inches of existing bituminous, and it's underlaid by not real good gravel, but more or less just sandy backfill. So this process of recycling will actually create a nice gravel base. We'll be doing spot repair here to the curb and gutters. And I recall that approximately 23% of the curb is planned for repair in this area. And there will be no changes to the existing street lighting system.
I have a question.
Sure.
Thinking about curb that looks kind of patchwork, how much curb has to need replacement for you to consider replacing all of it?
Councilmember Brindle, we've looked into that on a cost basis. At what level does the removal and then the handwork patching of the curb, at what ratio do we achieve parity with removing out all of the curb and then replacing it with a machine? And we have to get up to the neighborhood of 50+%. So we looked at this neighborhood in a little bit more detail. And with the 21%, I think that just the curb and gutter associated with that, we're estimating a cost at about $94,000. And to go full cycle, to go all of the curb in the neighborhood, we'd exceed $300,000. So an increase of over $200,000, which comes out of our stormwater utility. So we have some existing sidewalks in the neighborhood, as we had mentioned. Sidewalks, this is a snip from the recently approved sidewalk facilities plan, but sidewalks nearby on Grove Street, to the north of the Countryside School, a short piece going north up Wycliffe, and then a segment from Grove south to the entrance to the Countryside School. Also sidewalks along Tracy Avenue. We have sidewalks proposed through the Active Routes to School plan on Sun Road from Olinger Boulevard to Arbor, and on Arbor from Grove down to Arbor Lane, and then also Benton was proposed in the Active Routes to School plan from Stewart over to Tracy. So we'll go in a little bit more detail here now. The segment on Sun Road from Arbor to Olinger Boulevard, again an Active Routes to School sidewalk. We are planning in our preliminary design to construct a 5-foot sidewalk along the north side of Sun Road. We will have variable boulevard varying from 3 to 5 feet to attempt to protect the existing features along that north side. We decided upon the north side because there are greater impacts on the south side. And I did one additional driveway, some additional landscaping, but mainly due to the topography. It's a bit higher to the south side, the existing yards, and it's less disruptive if we have a flatter profile to deal with. We need to keep a real flat 2% cross slope on these sidewalks to meet ADA requirements. On Arbor Avenue, from Arbor Lane to Sun Road, we're planning a 5-foot sidewalk, and we'll have a very large boulevard here. We're working on an easement with the Edina schools to provide us a 20-foot boulevard and actually allow us to build the sidewalk on the back side of the trees that you see in the photograph here. So there'll be a nice buffer zone there, obviously, for the pedestrians using that sidewalk. Locating it at the back side of the trees will preserve all of those trees, and we won't have any impact on those at all. That easement has been prepared and it's being considered by the school board next Monday, December 15th. On Arbor, north of the school, north of Sun Road to Grove Street, we'll be planning a 5-foot sidewalk with a 5-foot boulevard, and we're planning it for the west side. And mainly the reason here, the impacts on driveways and trees is pretty well equal, but the east side of that road has much greater topography. There's a much steeper slope in the front yard, so more difficult to build and will require extensive driveway work and walls. So the sidewalks will be Active Routes to School, and they'll all be maintained by the Public Works Department. And the Benton Avenue sidewalk, although we did look at that and discuss that sidewalk segment with the school board, or the school staff at Countryside, excuse me, they weren't supportive of that sidewalk at this time. They feel that it conflicts with their vehicle entrance, their buses to the school, and they would like us to hold off. Yes, question, Councilmember Swenson.
I understand their concern, but that's on their property. What if we built it to the north?
Pardon me?
The conflict is on their property. What if we built it on the north side of the road? This is the only sidewalk out of this neighborhood. It connects with the intersection, which ultimately connects with the whole Benton sidewalk that goes all the way to Highway 100. If you try to park there for an event, which I just did about 3-4 weeks ago for a Halloween party, there is no sidewalk along Benton to walk to get to the school. I almost got killed. So whether it's during school or after school when school's not in session or during non-school months, the only way out of that neighborhood is out Benton or it's out Grove, and Grove doesn't have a crosswalk and the way we have at the Benton intersection, which we made when we redid Tracy to try to make it safer. So I'm really confused as to why, if the school won't allow it on school property, we don't build it on the north side of the street. I mean, I'd rather have it on school property, but it crosses where their buses come in and it crosses where their buses come out. But that's also the only way to walk to
Sure.
get down to the school if you're parked somewhere else. So
Sure, Councilmember Swenson, we've recognized that, the need for that connection as well. I would say that right now, there is a connection from the west side in Arbor if you pass through the school property, sidewalks on the school
but you're
property.
going through all their parking lots, and it's not ADA compliant because it's going up 2 different flights of stairs. The only way to get up to Tracy is a full flight of stairs out of their parking lot, and the only way to get up from Arbor is a full flight of stairs. So there's literally no way for anyone on a wheelchair to get out of that neighborhood unless they go up the middle of Benton Street.
Agreed. And we haven't looked at the north side of
I mean,
Benton.
that wouldn't be my first choice because I'm affecting a bunch of people. My first choice would be the school district side. But if we're building safe routes to schools and we're trying to keep them shoveled, I'm kind of don't know where to go with this.
I have a question, because don't the sidewalks at Highland School and the sidewalks at Concord School both cross areas that buses are coming in? So it seems to be a situation that the district has some experience dealing with. And between the vigilance of the drivers, and I think Concord, Countryside has crossing guards, do they not?
Yeah.
So between those, the volunteers and the school, the experienced professional bus drivers, I would think that they can manage that during the times when that would be the conflict. And the type of situation that you described where you're approaching the school in the evening at a non-bus time, then there isn't the conflict with buses.
Yeah.
This design, though, this comes from the district, right? I mean, this is what they said they wanted in terms of sidewalk facilities in this area, right?
That's correct.
When we did safe routes to school?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I mean, I don't want to get into an argument with the school district over this, but why we wouldn't build this now when we're doing the street and we say, well, we'll do it later, I don't get that.
Well, we can decide to add it.
It's our right of way, so if you decide tonight, we can implement that sidewalk on the south side of that Benton Avenue.
Okay.
Their reasoning was that they made improvements to Tracy Avenue. They got rid of a sidewalk right at the corner of Benton Avenue down to their parking lot, and they moved that slightly down Tracy. That's where they want everybody from the north
They want
and
the
the east.
kids to cross.
come in
I
there to get-
understand
they want
that, but that's not the neighborhood and it's not ADA compliant.
We have a broader user base.
And they are talking about making that one ADA compliant in the future, and also the one off Arbor, but, those are discussions for future. But I would say there's right away, if we wanted to implement that sidewalk, we could do that.
Okay, keep going, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I got
Well,
on
I
a
think
little
that- I mean,
podium there, I'll get off it for a while.
Well, no, I think it's a legitimate issue that you've raised, and if you spend any time over there, I've got some friends that live on Stewart, and you can see the ease with which you could move from Stewart on the proposed sidewalk on the south side of Benton. And frankly, when you're going into the parking lot there, it's not that complicated. And it's actually the safer way to go than to put a sidewalk on the north side of Benton.
Agreed.
From Stewart to Tracy. And then they got to go all the way to the corner and
True.
cross and come back. They won't do that.
No.
They'll go to the middle of the block and cut across.
Yeah. No,
So
you're right.
why wouldn't you put it in what would be the safest place, which is in our right-of-way on the south side?
Okay.
So anyway, okay.
We'll let him finish.
We'll reopen those discussions with our contacts at the school tomorrow morning.
Probably will, but we'll see what happens.
All right. Moving on real quickly here, the voting procedure, as Director Milner mentioned, 4-1 for the accessible portion and 3-2 vote required for the PAX component. Our estimated project costs, roadway, $1,924,000. This is the accessible portion of the project. Storm sewer, $1,250,000, and this includes curb and gutter, and will be funded by the storm sewer, storm utility. Water main, because of the abbreviated repairs there, just to the hydrants and gate valves, we're at $318,000. Sanitary sewer with the minor repairs, we're estimating $239,000. Total cost to the utilities divisions of $1,807,000. Our sidewalks estimate for this project, without the piece on Benton, $149,000, and this develops total project cost of $3,880,180. Our assessments are based on the residential equivalent unit, with one single-family home making up one residential equivalent. This map is a graphic showing the color-coded number of REUs to be assessed to each property within this project area, and dividing our total project cost by our total REUs for the project. We're estimating $11,732 per REU with this project. Final assessments are calculated after final construction costs are determined. So our schedule, we've had open houses in 2012 and 2013. We held a neighborhood informational meeting on July 28th, 2014, presented the feasibility studies to the Edina Transportation Commission on October 23rd. We submitted the feasibility report for your review on November 18th. Tonight we're here with the public hearing on December 9th. We're planning to prepare the project, if approved, for a late February, early March bid to take advantage of the available contractors and tie them up to this work as soon as possible. We then plan to award the contract sometime in the spring of 2015. Begin construction in the spring and complete construction in the fall of 2015, with the final assessments coming in the fall of 2016. So with that, staff believes the project is feasible, cost-effective, and necessary to improve the public infrastructure in the Countryside H neighborhood, and we recommend that you authorize the Countryside H neighborhood roadway improvements.
All right, thanks, Matt. Member Brindle has a question, at least one question for you.
I do. We heard from at least one resident, and that means there are more, with water pooling in the backyard, looking like Olinger River. And so I would like to know, what can you do to change or affect the way water flows? I don't know if there's a swale back there and it's on the way to a drain, or just how that water moves. But is it going into Hawks Lake? And from Hawks Lake, is it going into 9 Mile Creek? Where is that water going, and how is it controlled?
So the Olinger River that I read about in the email today, Councilmember Brindle, Mayor Hovland, I've spoken with other residents from that neighborhood, from that area as well, and it's what we would consider to be a backyard drainage problem. There are no storm sewers in the backyard area. Water collects to a swale in the backyard, and it flows out. If we look at the map here, flows out in this area, eventually gets out to the end of Olinger Circle, and would get out onto the street and into the inlets that are on the street. So, you know, as far as what have we done in the past, I believe that with the backyard areas, unless we're seeing structural flooding, it's not been the policy to extend storm sewer to those areas. We consider it to be a private drainage issue. However, with the construction of sump drain discharge lines, it brings the storm sewer in closer proximity to this problem area, whereby a resident that has experienced this problem could more easily connect their own drain system from the problem area and tap into the...
Yeah, he says he runs 2 sumps.
Right, so they would be able to if this is the same resident that has the sump pumps, he's more than likely going to want to eventually connect that sump pump discharge to the sump drain line that's installed typically on the back side of the curb, just 2 to 3 feet on the property side, so no need to get into the street. They could also extend that pipe a little bit further back into the backyard area, maybe converse with their neighbors that share in this problem, and implement a privately sponsored project there to alleviate the situation.
Is this 9 Mile Creek watershed?
Yes, it is 9 Mile Creek watershed.
All right, thank you.
How do you determine what's a structural problem and what isn't a structural problem?
Mayor Hovland, we consider a structural problem to be an area that's either documented or projected in our hydraulic computer model to reach the building footing or the building footprint during a time of a a certain rain event, typically the event that we look at to examine the response of the storm drain system is the 100-year event. So if a building footprint gets touched by the theoretical flood profile, we would consider that to be a structural flooding.
Okay. That's good information to have. And this conversation reminded me of a few years ago. I think we were doing Richmond Hills over here behind the senior center, and there was at the bottom of one of the hills over there a couple of neighbors, or at least one neighbor, that had pooling in their backyard, and we put in some kind of a catch basin to help them. Whether that was a structural problem, I'm not aware, but it was, as I recall, something that we did to assist with drainage in a backyard area where there was constant pooling, even in a normal rain event, not a 100-year event. You remember what it was?
There was no outlet there. This has an eventual outlet. There was no outlet in the Richmond Hills, and it had gotten way too close to one or two of the homes, if I remember correctly. It was very different than this. Now that you,
so that was a landlocked area.
It was landlocked, and there was no way for it to drain out by itself. Right. And in the 100-year flood, it had come too close.
Sure. So in this area, the backyards will drain out to the street without the water contacting the properties.
Okay. So for people who have sump pumps, which I used to have in the other house, and they keep draining back there, then they keep refilling it, and it almost stays there until it eventually dries up and goes away. So when we do a street project and we offer the ability to hook their sump pump directly into the street line, not the sewer line, right? Because, storm sewer line, right?
Right.
Then that actually alleviates some of the water that they're sending back. So when you were explaining how when we do street reconstruction, we go and let everyone know how to hook into our storm sewer line, that is a benefit for that water that potentially they're seeing stay in their backyard longer than they'd like, correct?
Right. It depends on where the folks have their discharge line located, but this will definitely dry up their yard for them if they take advantage of it and make the connection.
Okay.
Out of curiosity, what's the average street width over here? I know we're not tearing everything out.
The average street width is in this neighborhood it's 30 feet from face of curb to face of curb. So the bituminous width is about 27, but the driving surface, face of the curb, the front of the curb is 30 feet. So this is a 30 feet area.
All right. Other questions for Matt at this point in time? All right. Thank you. Nice presentation. And we'll open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone who wishes to come forward and testify with regard to this proposed roadway improvement project? Welcome. Thanks for your patience.
Thanks for having me. I'm glad I can say good evening and not good
Side one.
Use the side podium and give us your name and address.
Those microphones will work better.
Okay. I'm Gary Lee, 5621 Wycliffe Road. And so, based on what Patrick has said tonight, it sounds like there's more work and more planning being done on the storm sewer system. So I guess I'm here to simply reinforce what I said in my email to you earlier, which is I look to you to help us make sure we have a plan for stormwater that really is leading edge. And I'm concerned that our current storm sewer system is 40 years old and is not really designed to keep up with what Mother Nature is now seeming to dish out. So I happen to live right at the confluence of Wycliffe and Merrill. So where he was referring to the water pooling, that's right in front of my house. So right behind my house is Hawks Lake. And then on the right side as you face my house is the lift station that pumps water out of the lake up the hill, and once it reaches the top of the hill, then it drains down towards 9 Mile Creek. And on the left side of my house, as you face it, is the storm pipe inlet to the lake. So I have no desire to have my yard all dug up, but I guess my case is that now is the time to address this. It's open, it will be open, and I'm looking for ways to move water out of there more quickly, because I can tell you in 1987, water did breach Jack Williams' back door. So, and I think these events are happening more frequently and larger, and I think this 100-year idea that we've been bannering around here is evolving, and I know you know that. But even still, I consider that definition that it's evolving to still sort of be inadequate for what I really think can happen here. And I think there are a small number of homes, but that said, I hope that that small number of homes is not forgotten about when we're planning for how to move water. And I think, Patrick, we've had some discussions, and I'm looking forward to hearing what you have to say, because I am very concerned that now is the time to actually improve our plan.
Thanks, Mr. Lee.
Yeah, thank you.
We'll have that conversation here when we finish up the hearing.
Hi there. My name is Molly Urbanski, and I live at 5800 Stewart Avenue. I have a couple of quick questions. When looking at the engineering study, I had noticed that there were the numbers that were given in the traffic study, and we live at the corner of Grove Street and Stewart. And so what ends up happening is we have the buses and the vehicles that go to the school, parents dropping children and picking them up. We also have the church parking lot, which is located across the street. So in the study that was done in 2005, actually, we had 821 vehicles on our road every day. The buses come down, they exit off of Tracy Avenue, they come down Grove Street, they turn on Stewart, and they head to the parking lot. It indicates that our roads are, what they're going to do to the roads is going to be based on a 20-year design life, based on projected traffic loadings. We have almost 3 times the traffic loading that everywhere around us have, and my concern is that how are you going to address the fact that we have, vehicles are 4,000 pounds, buses are 20 to 30,000 pounds, and they are on our street every single day, and they do break down our streets. The curb line is broken down. We call you guys out all the time to patch because it literally tears up our streets. And so it's a concern of mine that I want to make sure that when we're doing this, that we're taking care of that additional area where we have the heavy vehicles that are there daily. The garbage haulers as well. But, the buses is where my real concern is, that they're going to break it up right after we get done paying for it. So, and also you had said that our pipelines and that are in fair condition, but it's anticipated that as part of the next street reconstruction project that the utility systems will reach their end, and we'll have to address that. How soon is that? I don't know how far away that is, and if we're being assessed now and we're ripping the street up, is it more beneficial to us to either A, hold off on that until we're closer to when all of it needs to be done, or, I just don't know how far down the line that is. And so I don't know, when we're going to have to redo that again and then they're going to tear everything back up again. Is it more beneficial to either wait or take care of it all now? I don't know how that works exactly. Right. But that was a couple of my quick questions. And thank you for all of the work that you guys have done on that. And one more quick question. We have the only sidewalk literally that walks up to Countryside, basically out of the neighborhood right now as it stands. Mm-hmm. We do not have a school zone sign or anything else there, and we have stop signs. Technically we have 3 on our street. They are run continually. They are, our speed limits when they did the study were 31.5 miles per hour. We're used like a freeway. They come barreling through there. Buses run the stop signs. Parents in the morning run the stop signs. If you ever come by my house and I see you run the stop sign, you will hear me scream, "Stop sign!" as loud as I can. The kids screech to a halt because they see me in the front yard and go, "Mr. Bansky's in the front yard. Stop at the stop sign." So safety is a big concern of ours too in that area, and I don't know how to address that either, but just kind of a concern of the neighborhood because we do have kids that walk down the street to get to our sidewalk to go up to the park or up to the school. So,
Okay.
thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
your time tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Bransky. Mr. Paulson, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, council members.
Did you just move?
No.
It's a new neighborhood?
From there up to here, I did.
No, just kidding.
Troy Paulson, 5116 Juanita Avenue. I'm curious on projects such as this, what are the metrics for measuring stormwater runoff from the streets? And I'm curious if the city has an analysis of the costs associated with a 30-foot street and that runoff versus, and the fees that are paid, versus a 27-foot street with the fees associated with that. I don't know what those fees are and how you could measure them, but I'm curious about that. And then secondly, with regard to the concept of less impervious surface as a way to control stormwater management runoff, the Maplewood Living Streets demonstration project from like 2012, it seems as what they found was the less pavement, that wasn't the contributing factor to the stormwater runoff. It was the planting of the trees in that space that was vacated by impervious surface, and then also rain gardens, and that's what was the contributing factor to reducing the stormwater runoff. So I just bring that up as a point, and then be curious about the analysis on the runoff.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, good question. Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll make a motion to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion? All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, say nay. Carried.
I'd like to thank
Molly Urbanski, since my grandchildren cross at your intersection 3 mornings a week coming from where their mother teaches at the church to get to school, thank you for yelling at those cars. I appreciate that. Keep doing it.
For either Matt or Chad, Gary Lee was, I think, making a good point about making sure that we have a plan for stormwater management that is, as he characterizes it, cutting edge, and I think all of us are sensitive to the notion, too, that it seems like we're having 100-year events more frequently than every 100 years. And what are we doing with respect to all of these projects, whether it involves a Living Street project or one like this that incorporates some of those elements of the plan or the policy, to make sure that we're maximizing the way we manage stormwater runoff and the whether it's the normal volume or having the capacity to manage larger volumes than we've historically managed.
Well, Mayor Hovland, in this case with the project we're considering here, it's being considered. The stormwater event, this design event that has been used for decades, for 100, known as the 100-year event in this part of the country, it's approximately 6 inches over a 24-hour period, and the rainfall is distributed over that 24-hour period according to a standard Soil Conservation Services Type 2 distribution. So that's the old standby. We understand that the weather patterns have been changing. The folks that established that system have been documenting the changes, recording more data, and improving the models and the rainfall models. So the stormfall or the storm event and rainfall event that is now being considered is it's called in the technical world of stormwater analysis an Atlas 14 for the updated stormwater and rainfall events. It's a 7.5 inch rainfall in the 100-year event. So obviously it's going from 6 up to 7.5, another 1.5 inches, another 25% volume on the 100-year event. It's interesting to note that for the smaller events, the 10-year event that we normally design the conduits for and our channels that convey the stormwater events away, the rainfall depth hasn't changed that great. It's just on these more extreme events. So with respect to Hawks Lake and Merrill and Wycliffe and the lake itself, we will be examining those areas, all the areas in this project for this new 7.5-inch distribution. We would expect there to be higher water levels in our experience when we run this model, but until we see it next week, we don't know for sure. But we'll do our best to incorporate design features that solve the existing problems, and if the new model indicates that there are other issues, and I think that Mr. Lee is highly concerned about not only the front yard, but the Hawks Lake in the back. We'll look at the possibility of making improvements there. And that would be an improvement to the lift station. Hawks Lake is pumped. It has 2 pumps in a lift station right next to Mr. Lee's lot. And those pumps pump in a force main and go down. Is it, I don't have the map in front of me here, but is it, I believe it's, well, I'm sorry. The pumps exit out onto, is it Merrill Drive, Chad? I think that's correct. And eventually it ends up downstream at this pond. MD15 that we looked at is also a source of potential flooding problems. So, you know, it's a balancing act. We changed the outflow from one area. We got to track that downstream and make sure we're not causing further problems downstream. So that's what we're going to be doing next week, examining that model and talking to the watershed folks and determining the best way to handle this.
Do I hear that these are two, oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Did I?
go ahead.
That this is, there are issues because they're water and water comes off streets and people's yards and everything, but it's almost 2 separate projects at this point. We might have a pumping station issue and a Hawks Lake and an MD, is it?
MD15.
15 issue, but this is a street reconstruction. So I think our goal in the street reconstruction, obviously, is to add no additional runoff in a negative way to Hawks Lake. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then, as a secondary issue, you're looking at the modeling and what the modeling is telling you is going to happen potentially to Hawks Lake and MD15 in the future, and is there something that we need to do that's different, that's a different
standalone
project to take care of that, correct?
We're going to look at the new model with that new rainfall event and see if that affects where the structural flooding occurs. And if there is structural flooding that we can address as part of this project, we're going to do that. We have to keep in mind that Hawks Lake is linked to a whole neighborhood to the north.
I know.
Comes into Hawks Lake, goes out, and it affects more properties. So we can't just address one area without considering all the others, because we don't want to make other people worse. So
agreed.
The summary is we're going to rerun the model with the 7.5 inch and see if there's any additional structural issues we see with the neighborhood.
So
what is the diameter of the stormwater pipe? Is it 6 inches? Is it 8?
Which pipe in particular?
Well, the one that carries the stormwater away into Hawks Lake and then
In the Hawks Lake, I believe that's a 15-inch pipe that goes from Merrill and Wycliffe and turns the water down the corner into Hawks Lake. And then the lift station is it's a 2 cubic feet per second of volume lift station, and it discharges into an 8-inch force main out on the street that eventually enters a storm sewer and then goes via gravity down to MD15. So that's the way it works right now. So, you know, one thing we've talked about with Mr. Lee is this lift station and the force main. And, you know, if we determine if the results we look at next week indicate that we need to consider future improvements, we can look at the possibility of redimensioning that force main along Merrill with the project. And
so how did this area behave in June when we had, 14 inches of rain over 3 days?
There was no structural flooding in this area. So as he mentioned, the structural flooding at his property only occurred in that 1987 storm. So this area.
Is that the 9 inches? And
9 inches, that's
Yeah,
probably
it was-
500 years storage.
my basement had sewage, so.
That was 14 inches
So
in
that's-
87.
This
Was
year
it-
it didn't
all I
have-
know is I had
we have
sewage.
flooded streets. We have inlet pipes from the east side of the lake, off those streets we reconstructed this year. There's pipes coming into the lake on that side. No streets flooded, but no structural flooding associated with the events from this year.
Okay, so you're going to
All right.
continue to work on this?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's good. That was an interesting discussion. The delicacies of water management. Tricky stuff. Molly Urbanski, on her little 1 block long street with 5 houses on it, is getting 820 vehicles a day. That was a count from several years ago, and some of them are school buses. And I think the underlying question was, do we need to beef up the base on Stewart compared to some of the other streets because of the high volume of traffic and the weight of those vehicles that are on that street? Or will our normal sort of reconstruction techniques be adequate to handle that volume of and weight of traffic on that 1 block long street?
Well, first off, I want to apologize about that figure not getting into the report. It wasn't in the body of the report, but the 861 was mentioned and referenced in that chart. So, from the 2005 study. So it's just an oversight not having it in the report body. But the streets that we design, we have a standard street section for our residential streets, and basically it's 8 inches of gravel, 2.5 inches of bituminous base mix, and then another 1.5 inches of wear coarse bituminous. And that section is a pretty typical section. Has a good ability to withstand reasonable traffic loads. I'll let you know that on Olinger Boulevard, that was essentially rebuilt this summer, the section that we used there was essentially the same. We had an extra inch of gravel. The traffic there was about just over 2,000 vehicles a day. So I haven't done the calcs on it in particular for this segment, just found out about this today. But my expectation is that we're going to have plenty of street section to handle the design axle loadings over the next 20 years. It'll be a factor of safety.
But that's something that you look at, and
Right.
you'd adjust accordingly based on your engineering analysis.
We'll look at that and make sure that we
Okay,
have
do you
enough.
design a state aid street differently than you design a residential street?
There's different standards for state aid streets based on traffic volume. So yeah, there's different sections. What Pat just explained is that we got a very similar section for a state aid roadway versus a local street, and many more vehicles travel that state aid street.
Yeah,
So
I live on a
we
state
design
aid road
all-
with school buses, but I have way more traffic than she has.
And similar to our previous discussion, it's the garbage trucks that are
Yeah.
weighted more heavy than the school buses. So our roads are designed to handle the garbage trucks, and the buses have less damaging property, less weight to them than our garbage trucks. So.
Another question she raised was the coordination of street reconstruction with utility work. And of course, we try to do all of that at the same time. And is there a risk that we might not do the utility work right and we had to come back later on and fix something? Or are we pretty confident that with respect to stormwater and water and sewer, we're going to do everything we need to do at the time the street is reconstructed that needs to be done? It will have it will last as long as the street. At least that's the expectation.
Right. Mayor Hovland, Director Milner touched on this in his introductory presentation, and we have the different lives of our streets versus our utility systems, and basically 50 for the streets and 100 for the utilities. So in this case, we've examined the water mains, the storm sewers, the sanitary sewers. They're in pretty good shape. We're going to beef them up where they've had a little damage occur over their initial life here, but we have no reason to doubt that they won't last out to that 100-year window where we would then look at them at that time when we're hopefully coming in to reconstruct the streets as far out as 50, 60 years from now, and then we would expect to do more extensive remodeling of the utility system at that time. So the next project, the future reconstruction, I hope that we're all around for it, but it's likely to be 50 plus years out.
All right. The last
question she had was, I think, dealt more with enforcement, safety concern as opposed to a street reconstruction concern. And we can maybe bring that up with our police department. But if anybody has any suggestions on what to do with respect to enhancing safety at a three-way stop, I imagine is what it is, or a two-way stop there, that something be done to accommodate that within a block of the school.
Yes,
Member Bennett?
is this an issue that the city can take up with the school district in its joint meetings? Because the idea that school bus drivers would be culprits, and we've heard it before. So what can the district do that aids the city in enforcing this? It shouldn't be all on the city with the city's need to move enforcement around and the fact that enforcement gets to be kind of real time and in one place. But again, you can't be every place at once. So I think that not only should the school district be doing what it can to make sure that there's a code of conduct and legal behavior enforced among its drivers, but also we've heard a lot about parking during school events and people blocking driveways, and it's a little harder because the school district isn't in an employment relationship with school parents. But I would like to see schools doing what they can to make sure that the parents also follow good traffic rules when they're in a neighborhood for a school event.
Thank you. Troy Paulson from Juanita Avenue had a couple of questions. One was, what are the metrics for measuring runoff on a 27-foot wide street versus a 30-foot wide street? And what are the actual strategies that effectively reduce stormwater runoff? I think was the second inquiry. Director Milner?
Yeah, he mentioned stormwater fees. I guess I'm not sure what stormwater fees, but if you take a 30-foot street and shrink it to 27, you have 10% less pavement. So then it depends on, you can do a calc on how much rainfall hits that amount of pavement and determine how much runoff is basically instantly into the storm sewer, but easily goes into our storm sewer pipes.
Plus pollutant load.
What's that?
Plus pollutant load.
Plus pollutants that are in the street. If we shrink it by 10%, then it comes to his second point about infiltration rates in rain gardens, and every different type of soil and every different kind of landscaping and turf have different infiltration rates. So there are standards set, but to do that kind of calculation, it can be done. We don't typically do that on our local street reconstruction projects, but we know intuitively that if you have more turf, it's more opportunity for water to infiltrate. It doesn't do it all, we know, because there's clays underneath sometimes, and there's mulch or landscaping, but it does improve the stormwater facilities, but we don't do those calcs. His fee question, maybe it was related to what I brought up earlier with the sanitary sewer fees. If we get to the point where our storm sewer system is over capacity, sometimes it does spill into that sanitary like we discussed. So there's huge fees associated with that, as everyone's aware of, in the millions of dollars every year.
Thank you. I think those are all the questions I had on my list. Is there anyone else that has a question, or does somebody want to make a motion so we can have a discussion on this matter?
Well, I just have a question. We just got finished with a project where it was recommended that we narrow the streets and the street width. And in this one, we've got 30-foot streets, and we're not recommending narrowing. What's the difference and why?
It was Councilmember Brindle. It was that life cycle discussion. If we would implement that policy through every neighborhood street reconstruction project, we currently do 4 to 5 miles a year. If we had to do all the curb and gutter, our storm sewer fund wouldn't be able to keep up with all our projects to remove all that curb and gutter. And we'd only be able to do about 2.5, maybe 3 miles a year. So it would really put us behind we wouldn't be able to keep up with the deteriorating pavements in town. So when we look at the life cycles, we'll make the pavement much better, brand new after this year if it gets approved. And when the utilities are due in another 40 to 50 years, when the pavements are also coming due again, then we would implement the Living Streets policy, if that policy is still in place at that time, if we don't have some other kind of transportation system at that time.
All right, so it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that this is right around a school and a very busy school?
No, it
Okay.
just has to do with the different life cycles, trying to match utilities with streets at the same time, and if they're not, We want to get the most bang out of our limited utility funds.
Okay,
And yet
thank
still
you.
upgrade our streets around the city.
Member Sprague?
I'll move the improvement number BA-413 with the addition of the Benton Avenue sidewalk from Stewart to Tracy.
I'll second.
Discussion? Roll call?
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swenson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. Our third public hearing this evening involves the prospective reconstruction of what's called the Prospect Knolls B neighborhood, BA 414 is the resolution number. Matt, thank you. Member Bennett?
Yes, the resolution for this matter has the incorrect project name in it. Was that was a corrected version of that substituted?
Councilmember Bennett, we brought a new signing for the signing folder. We
Okay.
didn't run copies for all the council members just because we felt we didn't.
But
need
we'll
to
make sure we're
waste all
voting on
extra
the right
paper, but
project.
It's signed, the signing folder has the correction.
It is?
All right, Mayor and Council, this is the Prospect Knolls B and Dewey Hill G neighborhood roadway improvements. We've combined these into one presentation, BA 414 and 415. Project overview, details for Prospect Knolls B, again initiated as part of the city's neighborhood reconstruction program on the basis of pavement condition. There are 39 properties in Prospect Knolls, 0.4 of a mile of roadway, accounting for 6,115 square yards of pavement, 4 fire hydrants, and 5 gate valves within the project. Dewey Hill G, part of the neighborhood recon program, again according to poor pavement condition. We have 35 properties in Dewey Hill G, 0.39 of a mile of road, 6,000 square yards of street pavement, and 2 hydrants and 4 gate valves. Our existing water main.
We're on Prospect Knolls B, not Dewey.
Sure. Yeah,
we are.
We
Okay.
combined the
I missed that.
the presentation into one here, but there'll be separate resolutions for
Thank
each
you.
project. So both projects, existing water main details, we've got a combination of cast iron and ductile iron pipe. The pipes are in good condition. We only have a record of 1 service break since 1988. However, we do have some inadequate 1.5-inch lines and a 2-inch line as well. They're serving as mains for some of the cul-de-sac streets in these neighborhoods. The old fire hydrants, again, are not up to our city standard with the stores nozzles, and the gate valves are near the end of their lives. So our proposed water main improvements will be upgrading the existing 1.5 and 2-inch copper mains with our standard minimum 6-inch size ductile iron pipe, and that's capable of supplying fire hydrant with full flow requirements. We'll be replacing all the gate valves and upgrading all the hydrants in the project area to city standards and verifying the hydrant spacing, and I'm quite confident we'll be adding hydrants to both of these project areas. The existing sanitary sewer details, our clay pipes are in good condition. We do have some inflow and infiltration occurring, and this is an actual photo from the project area where we have a high amount, I would say this is a high amount of infiltration occurring through the pipe defects. And again, root intrusion and mineral deposits in the pipes accounting for the majority of the problem. Similar improvement spot repairs of the collapsed pipes or disjointed pipes and the cured in place pipe liner that we've had good success with in the past. The Dewey Hill G does have a stormwater issue with potential structural flooding that's been identified by the comprehensive plan. This is area SWP for Southwest Ponds, 24. It's in the backyards between Hyde Park Drive and Gleason Drive or Gleason Road, and we have structural flooding here. This is a landlocked area where the only way the water can get out is through that pipeline. Our proposed storm sewer improvements, modification to the existing inlets and defective curb to drain better on the surface. We again plan to install the sump drain pipes where feasible, and we would look at adding possible stormwater treatment to the Dewey Hill G neighborhood. Our existing roadway details, the streets in these development areas were constructed in the 60s and 70s, all have curb and gutter. The pavement condition index on an average for Prospect Knolls B is 24 out of 100. Dewey Hill G is a 20, and our Edina average again is a 51. Existing street widths are all 30 feet from the face of curb to face of curb. We will be rebuilding these roads in a similar fashion by reclaiming the existing pavement and in-place subgrade material. We'll be conducting spot concrete curb and gutter repairs, and no plans for upgrades to the existing street lighting with either of these projects. With respect to sidewalks, the project areas are bordered by existing sidewalks on Gleason Road and Dewey Hill Road. There are no neighborhood sidewalks included within the Edina sidewalk facilities plans, and no additional sidewalks are recommended by staff. The estimated project cost, first for Prospect Knolls B, our roadway cost estimate, the assessable portion of the project is $448,270. Our utilities estimated for storm sewer, $188,000, water main, $110,000, and sanitary sewer improvements, about $128,000. Total cost of the utility improvements, $426,000, and an overall project cost of $874,720. The assessments based on the residential equivalent unit are estimated to be $12,274 for the Prospect Knolls area. For Dewey Hill G, roadway costs are estimated at $429,375. The estimate of storm sewer utilities is $437,000. Water main, $65,000. Sanitary sewer, $126,000. Total of the estimated utility improvements, $628,660, making for a total project cost of $1,058,035. On the REU basis, our estimate of the assessment for the Dewey Hill G project area is $12,507 per REU. We're well along in the design process here with our schedule and are hoping to bid these projects out, both of them as separate BAs, but one project area, to try to take advantage of the economy of scale and the proximity of the two project areas to one another. We're hoping to bid out late February to early March, awarding the contract possibly as early as April, but definitely in the spring of 2015. Begin the construction in the spring of 2015, finish it up in the fall of 2015, and have assessments ready for the final assessment hearing in the fall of 2016. So staff believes that the projects are feasible, cost-effective, and necessary to improve the public infrastructure in the Prospect, Knolls B, and Dewey Hill G neighborhoods, and we recommend that you authorize Prospect Knolls B and Dewey Hill G neighborhood roadway improvements, BA 414 and BA 415.
Thank you, Mr. Rossi. Any questions by council members for either the Prospect Knolls B neighborhood roadway improvement project or the Dewey Hill G neighborhood roadway improvement project? Questions for Mr. Rossi?
Yes, I do.
Member Brindle.
In Dewey Hill G, this is an area of high water table due to, there's a pond back there, and it's a wetland. I have it on pretty good authority that there was a house built at one point, and they had to take it down because it just couldn't be supported by the ground under the house. It was just too soft. And there's another house that was just replaced where the garage actually tipped away from the house because the ground was not supporting the structure. I'm not aware of other structural breaks, structural mishaps, if you will, in the homes that are there, but I would not be surprised that there's a lot of sump pumps going on here and maybe some structural leaking of water through the basement floors in some of these places. What can be done in a situation like that to move, because you are living adjacent to a wetland, probably on a wetland, but what can be done to protect those homes and move the water away, especially in a high rainfall event?
Councilmember Brindle, are you referring to moving the stormwater away or the groundwater that maybe...
No, it's the storm. The groundwater is the groundwater. But the fact is that when the groundwater is as high as this is, there really isn't a place for the stormwater to go. It can infiltrate into the ground to some degree, but it's eventually going to sit on top of the ground just because the ground is saturated
Sure.
by the groundwater.
Well, I would start by saying I think the wetland areas that you're referring to, the pond, the existing pond system, the southwest pond system starts on the east side of the Dewey Hill G
That's
neighborhood.
correct.
So that system is depended upon by drainage from a large portion of the southwest portion of Edina. And the project area that we're looking at for improving the storm sewer system is in this area between Gleason and Hyde Park Drive. So, with our improvement project for storm sewer, if we're able to do it and it's acceptable to the watershed district, we're not adding any additional area. We're just hoping to redimension the pipes away from this backyard area, make them larger, and get the water more quickly down to the ponds. But that's something we need to discuss and see what the impact is. Certainly, we don't want to make the situation any worse for the property owners that are on those ponds, and that remains to be seen. It's something we'll look at next week. So I think if that's allowed to go forward, that would carry the water away more quickly from the backyard areas to the west now, on the west side of the project area, and reduce the amount of saturation of the soils there. But on the east side, with this project, we're not intending to make any changes to the ponding, the southwest ponding system. And I won't say that we might not do a project in the future, as we've talked about in this new design event, the 7.5-inch event. It's something we may have to address on a citywide basis in the future. But I don't expect anything other than that single storm drain to be a component of this project, unless you would direct us to look at something in addition.
Right.
Councilmember Brindle, part of our work plan for 2015 is to update that whole model for the whole town. So then we'd have, we can identify, like Ross was here earlier, identified some of those stormwater, the STS project with some of the flooding areas. I imagine we're going to update that study further once this new model's run to see what other areas we need to begin to address. So that it may come out of our remodel in this area.
All right. Well, thank you. I just wanted to explore that a little bit. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Rossi on either of these proposed improvements? All right. I'm going to open this matter up for public testimony. Is there anyone in the audience who wishes to come forward and inquire with regard to either of these two projects? Mr. Paulson?
Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Troy Paulson, live at 5116 Juanita still. It's tough to have a conversation in 3-minute segments when I'm the one who can talk. I've noticed through the 4 projects tonight there's a little bit of inconsistent implementation of the living streets. And I'm curious if parking restrictions are safer on 27-foot streets, wouldn't they also be safer on 30-foot streets? And second question, hypothetically, with one of these 2 projects, if you were to vote for a 1-year test period on single-side parking, what will be your metric for assessing that test? Thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'll move to close the public hearing.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Discussion. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Did you get those 2 questions, Director Milner or Mr. Rossi?
I did, Mayor. So the first one is the parking implementation and why we're not doing it here. We went to the council to say that we wanted to try some elements in Arden Park, and that's where we were going to do it in the first year. As we work through our Living Streets plan, the thing we've discussed is, do we go back on our previous street reconstruction projects and now limit the parking to one side? So that will be looked at, addressed with the Living Streets plan here in 2015 and reviewed with council to see if we want to go retroactive with our policy, which can have consequences or benefits, and then also or we just want to keep looking forward. So whenever we change a policy, that's something we have to discuss with staff and then also with council to see how we want to implement that going forward. Please refresh me on the standards.
How will we judge after a year after the street has been built and we've limited parking to one side? How will we judge? I don't know. I think we'll probably have a discussion about how best to do that.
I think we'll do some traffic monitoring, probably set up a camera and see how the facilities are working. I'm sure all the council will be driving through the area and have some evidence of their own on how it's functioning, and we'll have that conversation when we report back.
I think there'll be a combination of objective fact-finding and some subjectivity based on what kind of feedback we get from the neighborhood.
Okay. Yep.
So,
I have a comment on the intersection of Shea Road and Gleason. Just a note, there's a stop sign there. It's not very visible. There are branches and trees in front of it. Right. It needs to be cleaned up if we're going to be working right here. We especially need to clean that up. I did personally blow through it once, and I never saw it. So
we can actually, and I may be better able to do this than most of you, make a list where that is true.
But you knew that one, didn't you?
I've done the same thing.
Yeah.
And then gone, oh, that was the stop sign.
Yeah.
But there are definitely street signs, directional street signs, as well as stop sign, traffic signs that are behind trees or in trees.
So you want 2 separate motions?
I want a motion, first of all, on BA 414, which is the Prospect Knolls B neighborhood.
So moved.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to adopt the proposed improvements embodied in Resolution BA 414 with respect to the Prospect Knolls B neighborhood. Further discussion? Roll call, please.
Member Swanson.
Aye.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. And then, secondly, with respect to the Dewey Hill G neighborhood roadway improvement, that's BA 415, and the resolution that accompanies that. Is there a motion on that matter?
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve that particular project on a preliminary basis, BA 415, which is the Dewey Hill G neighborhood roadway improvements. Further discussion. Roll call, please.
Member Bennett.
Aye.
Member Brindle.
Aye.
Member Sprague.
Aye.
Member Swanson.
Aye.
Mayor Hovland.
Aye. All right. That concludes our council meeting, our annual special meeting where we take on some of these street reconstruction projects and deal with the issues that are ripe for us from a street reconstruction standpoint. And Member Bennett has a comment before we adjourn, or a question.
Yes, I happen to bring with me tonight my Living Streets binder, And the last time we saw anything in print from the committee, understanding their work isn't complete yet, was July 1st, 2014. And in that handout, and it's an incomplete document, it's just examples of some of the pages. But I do want to note that in terms of the information that's in here about parking lanes, that on a local street, one side or two, both are optional. In text, it says that parking provided along one side of the street or along both sides is deemed necessary. That is the same standard for or recommendation for local connector. And then for collector street parking, none, one or both sides of the street. If the street, it reads right now, so that needs to be corrected in a future draft, depending on context. And if this has been updated, it isn't something we have seen. So we did go into this tonight with the idea that that one or both sides would be appropriate for the streets that we were talking about this evening. And I guess that you all will be working with a completed document next year. So,
thanks for those observations, and I think you're right. We'll be working hopefully with a completed document next year. I forgot one other issue I wanted to raise with the council, and that was with respect to the pump house lot on Halifax. Somebody raised the issue of whether or not we should be taking on an assessment to ourselves for that particular property. It seems arguable to me that we ought to be. I mean, if somebody, think of that lot as an empty lot owned by somebody who had chosen just to keep it empty but a separate lot.
But it's not developable.
We have a pump
Well,
on it.
it's
It can
not
never
developable.
It can never be developed.
It doesn't generate any traffic.
And it never could.
Well, what about an empty lot that could be developed that doesn't generate any
I
traffic?
understand, but it doesn't right now. It's part of our infrastructure,
Yeah.
without which you would have a real hard
I
time
don't know.
having a neighborhood.
Well, I don't see the distinction between us being a property owner there and other people being a property owner there, and we're not stepping up to the plate and taking our responsibility for that particular property and putting it on the assessment roll.
Well, I mean, the definition of how we assess things.
It's the equivalent of a residential, it's a residential equivalent unit technique. That looks at it looks at presumed traffic volumes for a particular
type of property.
And development capacity, okay.
So, all right.
There's nothing preventing the council from doing that, but it would be outside of the typical policy that we'd use to calculate that number.
Actually, what it would be similar to is the frontage in Viking Hills. And if you remember the discussion about the townhomes and the condos that faced the freeway, and there was the undevelopable.
Yeah.
Right, there was some publicly owned land across the street from them, and I do not believe that was entered into assessment.
Why are you going to assess for a parcel of land that's never going to have a trip generated out of it, or a low amount activity of trips generated out of it? Whether we own it or whether someone else owns it in the future, it's not developable. It will never generate capacity, and therefore you shouldn't be charged for that use.
It has no traffic, it has no trash pickup, it has no reconstruction possibilities, it has no school bus, I mean.
It doesn't seem to me that there's that big a distinction between that and some of our parkland where we do take an assessment. And they don't generate much traffic at all.
Well, they draw traffic.
Well, there are parts of parks that abut streets where we've taken assessments.
Yep.
Where there is no traffic on that particular part of the street that would enter the park. And a great example is above Arden Park, on the street above Arden Park to the west. Nobody parks up there and goes into Arden Park, but nonetheless, when we did that street up there, we charged ourselves for 7 or 8 units.
Well, they certainly could park up there.
There's a pathway.
They could,
onto the park,
but they don't. So, I mean, that to me is a similar situation to the pump house lot. I mean, that doesn't generate any traffic either, and we're certainly not going to develop our park.
No.
So the argument that you only want to assess property that's developable and generates traffic, I don't know. I'm not sure that we're doing the right thing here is what I'm getting to.
I think the order.
I understand all of your arguments, which are good ones.
But I think the order of the consideration is the trip generation, and where developable or not developable comes into it is either it generates trips today or it could generate trips, which is why when a park is valued, it's looked at as developable lots. But there's also the access points and the traffic being drawn, and those are the transportation engineer formulas. So that's the starting point. Is it an entity that generates traffic, or could it sometime in the future? And it's the actual generation that's most important.
I mean, we use the developable lot calculation to figure out how many REUs we should charge ourselves at a park. But there are situations, as I mentioned, where the park doesn't generate traffic on a particular side, even though we've assessed ourselves, like we did on the street to the west of Arden, which is, I don't know, is that Brookview or Oak Lawn?
Oh, is it Brookview?
Brookview.
I couldn't come up with it either.
So, to me, the fact that the pump house generates one pickup truck a guy going in there a couple times a month, that's a weak argument. That you could have somebody that was a senior citizen living in a house that developed very little traffic. Does that mean that we're not going to assess them because they don't generate traffic, because they don't drive a car anymore?
Well, what I hear you talking about isn't really the comparison of one piece of property to another. It's a fairness issue. That's what I hear. It's a fairness issue that we should be holding our own, and we should be assessed for property we own, no matter how we use it, just as everybody else is assessed because they own property.
Yeah, we haven't done it before. Member Bennett raises a good issue with regard to the property in Viking Hills, but nonetheless, I think it's certainly one way to put it, is a fundamental fairness sort of issue.
That's kind of how I hear it.
We have property we own on Halifax that happens to contain a pump house that generates some traffic, and are we using that kind of a distinction to escape assessing ourselves for part of the project, even though we'll have the benefit of the use of that street for the vehicles that do access the pump house? I don't know. It seems to me fundamentally unfair that we don't assess ourselves.
How do we make the change?
We make a policy decision.
Right. I would not say that we are using that rationale to escape paying, because the assessment would be a de minimis number for the size of our utility budget. But clearly the decision, if you want to change that element of our assessment policy so that we would incorporate that into the policy, you can do that. That's clearly in your prerogative. It would take three of you to say yes to that, and we could have it done. You don't have to do that. You don't have to make that decision tonight.
I just wanted to raise the issue again for a little bit of preliminary conversation. So.
You mean at 10:25 you weren't really done tonight?
Patrick, incidentally, very nice work tonight.
Yep.
First time up,
Thank you.
three hearings. And Director Milner, your usual good job. Thank you very much, all of you. And a compliment to the engineering department to not have the chambers filled with people was unusual. I mean, we had a lot of people here for the first hearing, understandably so. Yep. But the last two hearings didn't generate any activity from the neighborhoods themselves, and that I attribute to your good work over the 2-year period preceding these public hearings, where you were able to do that survey work and figure out what was important from the survey, to go out into the neighborhoods and make sure that you had people's questions answered, and to get folks comfortable with the idea that they could get assessed $12,000, for example, and not show up here with concerns is pretty remarkable. So my hat's off to you both, to the engineering department, and both of you in particular. Thank you. And you as well. Thank you. All right, anything else?
I'm going home. See if it holds up. Bang it really hard.
We stand adjourned.
Good.